Yeah, right. Good afternoon and welcome to today's planning meeting. My name is Councillor David Connor and I'm chairman of the planning committee here at Fenland. I would welcome those members of the public and press in the attendance and who are watching the live stream of this meeting via YouTube. Whilst the meeting is being held publicly, it is also being streamed via YouTube. Minutes of the meeting will be produced in the usual way and a recording of the meeting will be available to view on YouTube until such times that the minutes are produced. Please be aware that the only audio from the microphones will be captured on the live stream. Therefore, those invited to speak need to ensure their microphones are on when speaking and as close to as possible. To enable members of the meeting to run in an orderly manner, can all present keep their microphones off except when invited to speak? Please ensure that the microphone is turned off when you finish speaking. I'd also ask ensure everyone turns their mobile phones off or at least on silent for the duration of the meeting. Please be aware the cameras will be on us at all times during the meeting. With regard to the meeting, I must ask members of the public to refrain from interrupting. The only members of the public allowed to speak are those who have registered. Anyone who speaks must do in a respectful and polite manner. It is right there is meaningful discussions about the merits of an application, but we will not allow inappropriate language or personal attacks on councillors and their beliefs, on members of the public or on officers' professional advice. So with that, we'll now go to agenda item number 1, and I would like to ask member services if we've got any apologies for absence. Over to you, Jo. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies received this afternoon from councillors Mrs Mayor and Councillor Purser. Substitute members today are Councillor Miss Scanlon, who is substituting for Councillor Mrs Mayor, and Councillor Clark, who is substituting for Councillor Purser. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Jo, for that, and thank you for Councillor Clark and Miss Cannon for substituting. Thanks very much. So we move on to agenda item number 2, which is to confirm and hopefully sign the minutes from the previous meeting of June the 1st, 2022. Have I a proposer to approve the minutes? Councillor French, Councillor Benny, you've indicated that you'd like to second it. So all those in favour of that, please put the hands up, please. Thank you very much. Those minutes have been agreed. Thank you, and I will sign them at the first opportunity. So we go to our agenda item number 3, which is urgent items. There again, there are none. So agenda number 4 is declarations of interest. Member services will now go to each councillor in turn. And can you please state if you have anything to declare in relation to any of the agenda items here before us today? Thank you. So please, Jo. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Jo. I attend Chatteris Town Council and sometimes the planning meetings, but I've noticed part of the discussion and no voting. Item 7 today is the architect is Ian Gowler. I'm friends with his brother and I know of Ian, but he's not somebody I socialise with. Item 9, I know the applicant. I've known him since he was about 5 years old. He used to live opposite me, but he's never done any work for me. No pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest in that. Item 10, Maney, Mark Stone is the applicant. I know Mark Stone. About 25 years ago, he did some work for me. He doesn't anymore. And I went to school with him. He was a year older than me at school. Other than that, nothing else.
Councillor Connor.
Yes, obviously I know Ian Gowler from the Doddington Parish Council days, but obviously I don't socialise with him. That's just for openness and transparency's sake. Thank you.
Councillor Cornwall.
No, nothing, Chairman.
Councillor Mrs Davis.
Yes, I'm chairman of Wimbledon Parish Council and I also attend Doddington Parish Council meetings, but I don't take part in any of the discussion or voting. I will be stepping out for agenda item number 5. And I also know Mr. Gower.
Councillor Mrs French.
Nothing.
Councillor Marks.
Thank you. On item 5, the company is known to me as director of another business. I've spoken to the chair and I feel it's better I step away from that one, so won't take any part in debate or voting. On number 7, I also have spoken to the architect and the owner, as the owner lives, or the applicant lives in my ward, regarding a rateable issue but I don't socialise with him, remain open-minded on that. And on item number 10, again, this is in my ward. I know Mark Stone and have worked with one of his other companies, but again, remain open-minded on that as well.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Yes, I attend Town Council, but take no part in the planning applications. And I also know Ian Gowler, but have nothing to do with him as such. And also Mark Stone. I've known him years ago, but not the last 20 years.
Thank you. Councillor Scolding.
Nothing to declare. Thank you.
Councillor Sutton. Councillor Topgood.
Nothing to declare.
Councillor Scanlon.
Thank you. I'm chairman of Whittlesey Town Council Planning, agenda item 11, which is FYR 220118F. That's been before Whittlesey Town Council Planning Committee, so I will not take part in any discussion or voting on that item. And agenda item in the confidential section, agenda item 17. Apart from that, no others.
Councillor Clark.
Nothing.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, members. Now we'll go to the main part of the meeting, the planning applications. Just to remind members, a proposal to grant or refuse an application should only be made when invited to do so. And if going against officer recommendation, the proposal should be accompanied by a planning reasons for doing so. Thank you. So without further ado, I'll hand over to David Rowan. He's the development manager here at Fenland to present application F/YR 20/0641/F, agenda item number 5. So David, whenever you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a full planning application for the erection of 9 dwellings with various associated works, land south of Eastwood End in Wimbledon. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and on the aerial photo. It sits at the northern end of Eastwood End at its junction with the A141, which runs along the western boundary of the site. To the north of the site is the Eastwood End Industrial Estate. The site itself, which you can probably see from the aerial photo, is a field or a paddock and forms part of a wider open area on both sides of the A141. The plans on screen also show the relationship to the residential area of Eastwood End to the east and the largely linear nature of Eastwood End. The site plan is now shown for members' information. The access to the site would be to the north of the site from Eastwood End itself. In the northwestern corner of the site, there's an area of open space with an attenuation feature shown within that. You can see, so running down the centre of the site, there is an access road, which is indicated as being intended to be private, and then the dwellings are clearly sort of arranged around that. The road sort of wends its way through the site, coming to an end in the southwestern corner, where it is proposed to take a footway and cycleway link to the south alongside the A141 to the southern Eastwood End, King Street, A141 junction. It's also proposed to create a 1.8 metre footpath extension from the access running east along Eastwood End to link to the existing footpath running sort of through Eastwood End then. The plan does indicate the removal of a substantial amount of the hedges around the north and west boundaries of the site and the creation of a 2 metre bund along these boundaries with replacement planting. The various house types are shown. So house type A, B, C and D. You can see these are sort of fairly modern in their design and the sort of the features incorporated within those. This plan now shows the proposed footpath link alongside the A141, connecting the site to the crossing points at the Eastwood End King Street junction, as I referred to earlier. This shows a 2 metre verge at the edge of the road with then a 3 metre footway and cycleway. To facilitate this, the existing mature hedge running alongside the A141 will need to be removed and a new hedge planted to actually create the space.
for that cycleway and footway to go in. Photographs on the screen now show the current nature of the site with its mature established planting around the boundaries. The upper image shows the kind of the junction of the A141 and Eastwood End, and to say the mature planting there. The lower left image shows kind of a glimpse through actually into the site and the sort of nature of the interior of this. The upper photo here shows the existing nature of Eastwood End to the east of the site and the point where the proposed footpath along Eastwood End would actually connect. You can probably just make out the kind of the horse sign and then the footway, which starts just after that. So that's where the connection would be. The lower image shows a view from the southern end of Eastwood End, looking north towards the application site, and then showing on the left-hand side there the kind of the hedgerow that would be removed. And then here the upper images show the view kind of up and down the A141 where the footway and cycleway would be provided, and again the hedgerow in question. And then the lower image shows the crossing point and the infrastructure which the footpath link would be connected to. So in summary, while the basic principle of residential development in Eastwood End may be considered acceptable given recent decisions, and there are no technical objections to the application, it is considered that the application site forms part of a wider open area either side of the bypass, which contributes significantly to the character and appearance of the area. The loss of this open space and the significant removal of established hedgerows and the development proposed by the application is considered to have a detrimental impact on this character, conflicting with the prevailing settlement pattern and compounded by the sort of modern design of the dwellings. This overall impact would conflict with the relevant national and local policies. In addition, due to the poor quality pedestrian infrastructure which the development would connect to, particularly at the King Street A141 crossing point, the requirement for the linkage to utilise private land and question marks over the actual provision or delivery of lighting within that footpath link, it is not considered that the application has demonstrated safe, adequate or sustainable linkages. The recommendation is therefore to refuse as set out in the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much for that, David. We have one speaker on this application. I would now like to invite Gareth Edwards. Of course, he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. And when you're ready to start, as you know, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today in support of this application for 9 executive style dwellings at Eastwood End, Wimbledon. As you will have seen in the officer's report, we have gone to great lengths to answer the points raised by the technical consultees and achieve their support of this application. We are happy to accept the conditions they have been proposed and thank them for their support. Also, extensive negotiations have taken place over the last year with your planners to get the application in front of you today, which we felt we had addressed the concerns in the main to produce a high quality scheme and consistent with your local plan. The site is within flood zone 1 of the EA maps, which, as we know, is not always the case. This scheme is supported by the Lead Flood Authority. The site is currently pasture land and has not been in food production for many years. The site is cut a few times a year and baled, so there is no loss of food producing land from this application. The proposal also comes with 18 letters of support from neighbours and villages, showing overwhelming local support for the scheme. The site is within the built-up area for Wimbledon, which is a growth village within LP3, where development and new service provisions, either within the existing urban area or a small village extension, will be appropriate, albeit of a considerable more limited scale than is appropriate for the market towns. We would say that is exactly what we have provided in this application. This part of Wimbledon has seen a modest amount of development over recent years, both approved at this committee and also at appeal. However, none of these applications have provided the level of community benefit that this application will provide. The proposal will provide public open space along with a pedestrian circle route to connect the existing footpath on Eastwood End both at the main road junction and also to the northeast. This in turn will provide a safe passage for both current and proposed residents to access jobs at the industrial area to the north and facilities within the main part of the village, including the shops and school. The roads and footways on the site, along with the public open space, are to be maintained via a management company, which will be funded by the 9 dwellings proposed. I think it's fair to say that Wimbledon has a real mixture of dwelling types throughout, and we believe our scheme will enhance the area and provide large family homes on large plots with adequate separation distances, so there will be no significant detrimental impact in relation to overlooking, loss of privacy, light or outlook, which is highlighted in the officer's report. The site is a comprehensive development which is consistent with another comprehensive development on Rhondda Park, just to the north of the site. We have purposely designed the scheme so as to have minimal impact on the existing established trees on the site, which has reduced the numbers of the proposed dwellings down and provided ample space for individual households and the community as a whole. It should be noted there is currently no provision for open space in this part of the village. The site presents an exciting opportunity to include a style of dwelling that is of a high architectural quality, picking up on features from adjacent area, albeit with a contemporary twist. This is an aspiration or a rare opportunity in the district to provide dwellings of this calibre, which has ideal access to employment and leisure, both within the village and the district as a whole. We feel the development will provide a positive contribution to this part of the village and enhance the street scene, and will reinforce the landscaping belt with the new hedging and additional planting along the A141 Isle of Ely Way, and provides for the requirements required to mitigate any impact from adjacent industrial enterprises and the Isle of Ely Way itself. I would ask you to support the proposal and approve the application with the conditions that you deem appropriate. We have addressed the points from the technical consultees so that it achieves their support. The design picks up on features from other neighbouring dwellings, addresses the street scene, and is a transitional approach which takes into account adjacent businesses and dwellings and is within flood zone 1. We believe it is policy compliant. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Edwards. Now I'd like to invite members to put questions or indeed clarifications to Mr. Edwards. If you'd like to ask a question, members, you know what to do. Please raise your hand. So questions for Mr. Edwards, please, members. Councillor Cornwall.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think the only question I would ask is just clarity on who is going to maintain the bunds. Is that part of the arrangement for the maintenance company or what? How? Because bunds can't just be built and left, they also need maintenance.
No, all the proposed and existing landscape will be part of the management company that all comes in the ownership of that.
Yeah, Councillor French.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards, have you been in contact with the Drainage Board?
We've solely dealt largely at the moment with just the Flood Authority, and obviously the Drainage Board will come upon any decision.
Don't you think the Drainage Board should have been the first one, bearing in mind you want to discharge your water eventually into their drains?
We had professional consultants oversee that for us, so we wouldn't generally deal with directly with the middle level.
Okay. Any more questions for Mr. Edwards before? Oh, Councillor Murphy, thank you.
Just one thing about them. I think, to be honest with you, it's a very, very dangerous road there to put a roadway and a cycleway on the edge of that road. Is it not possible to be able to put it into your own land first and then just come out of the junction?
We did have it initially going in through the site all the way through, which we'd be prepared to do, but your crime prevention required that it come in front of the hedge as opposed to from behind it, because they weren't happy with the layout that we had, so they asked us to bring it forward, so that's why we did it. But I mean, if that was a requirement, we could move it back, yes.
Well, you're saying the police are arguing about that side, but it's still, the hedge is still there, so it must still happen behind it, can't it? As well it can this side.
Yeah, which would move the hedge backwards, but obviously we kept it with the 2 metre verge, then the pedestrian and cycle route.
I mean, personally, I would have liked to have seen it back in the other side of the hedge and then coming out on the road so that just leaves the road clear, because I think it's a very, very dangerous road that is.
Councillor Benny.
Mr. Edwards, would you be prepared to put a barrier, metal barrier along the road to safeguard pedestrians walking and cycling along there?
Absolutely. We'd take a condition for that, yeah. We would take a condition on that, yeah.
I can't see anybody. Oh, Councillor Murphy, you'd like to come back?
Just
Thank
like
you.
to come back on the barrier being put there. If you see barriers around towns and that out, they're all knocked over, smashed up and everything else. So I don't think that would help at all, a barrier there. Because people, how they drive these days, just smash through them.
Yeah. Anybody else at all? Would you like to come back on it, Councillor Benny? Anybody got any more questions for Mr. Edwards? No, thank you very much. Thank you. So, members, I'd like to invite you to ask questions for officers or indeed clarification. So any officers would. Mr. Harding, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Probably getting ahead of myself in terms of matters of debate. But if such a question were to arise in terms of the position of the footway in relation to the hedge, I think where the crime prevention officer was coming from is that if you have the path at the back of the hedge, then there'll be no natural surveillance for people using the footway cycleway. Whereas if you have it adjacent to the highway, you'll have people using the highway, observing people using the footpath cycleway. So it is safer from that respect, though I do appreciate Councillor Murphy's point about cars leaving the carriageway, running down people using that is always going to be a risk. And then in relation to barriers, I don't think it'd be appropriate for us to insist on a barrier being inserted simply because that call would be a judgment for the highway authority, because it would be a piece of highway infrastructure that they would have to go on to maintain and assess as to whether or not it was appropriate in the first instance. Chairman, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that, Nick. Councillor Cornwall, question to officers, of course.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah. The road there, as I see, is in fact a 50-mile-an-hour speed limit, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes, at that point. How do people cross the road at that point? Because if we're trying to encourage people to use a northern footpath, come cycleway, the whole point of that is to link it to the village, as I see it. So how does one cross, or are there any plans to set up a crossing system or something there, or what? Because to cross a 50-mile-an-hour road is a little bit of a problem, I would suggest.
I'm sure David would like to go somewhere to answer your concerns, Councillor Cornwall.
Thank you, Chair. At the southern end of Eastwood End, there is a traffic, or there is an island in the road which does allow a kind of a crossing point over the 141 from Eastwood End to King Street. The Highway Authority have, though, indicated that that is of an inadequate width to basically sort of serve this footway, and indeed the footway sort of on the other side of the 141 on King Street is also of an inadequate width. And as such, that's one of the reasons. That's part of the reason for the refusal on the linkage, is because essentially the highway infrastructure that the footway would link into is considered to be of a substandard nature.
Yeah, I can understand that comment well and truly, because I think that's the point I'm making. That crossing what is a very, very busy road is not ideal, is it? I mean, when we had it further north along the Isle of Ely Way, it was actually a reason that we used for refusing an application on the outskirts of Melch, I seem to remember.
Yeah, very pertinent point there, Councillor Cornwall. So we're still, any members would like to ask officers? Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Just carrying on the footpath theme. I'm a bit confused because it looks to me as this drawing in the pack on page 48, I would guess. Yeah, page 48. It looks to me as though, on this drawing at least, the footpath is within the site and behind the hedge, or is that a new hedge?
Through you, Chairman, the plan that's actually in the pack here was the previous one that has now actually been updated. So the latest plan submitted has the hedge, sorry, has the footway sort of on the other side of the hedge, sort of between the hedge and the A141. I think perhaps an oversight on our part. I apologise for that.
You're happy with that, Councillor Sutton? So still members, questions to officers, clarifications? No, can't see any. So thank you very much for officers for answering those questions. So now thank you everybody. Now I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand. So now folks, we're in debate. Thank you. Councillor Scolding.
Yes, sir. 4-bedroom houses, that means families, that means children. It does worry me, this fast road, 50 miles an hour, children going to school and have to cross that road. That is a big concern for me. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Miscannon certainly did.
Thank you very much, Chairman. On site visiting that we did the other day, we observed where the hedge would come out or where the pathway would come out. And I agree with the comments that have been made, extremely concerning about pedestrians crossing the 141. And I'm sorry, I can't support this application until better safety measures are put in to protect the people coming from this development to cross into the town of Wilmington. So no, I'm sorry, I can't support this application.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Miscannon. Councillor Cornwall, did you put your hand up?
I did indeed.
I thought I must get 2 out of 3 right.
Okay.
Thank you.
The existing, I'll call it a crossing at the Eastwood Road end, which is where in fact people do cross over into the lane opposite. I can't think of it now, it's gone. But I mean, to be honest, I mean, they take your life in your hands doing it there. If we move some of that now down to the other end, the King Street end, is it King Street? Yeah, that one there. I think actually we're just making matters worse. I would hate to be seen as somebody that approves something and supports something which is so blasted dangerous. I think I really feel that, in all honesty, I couldn't support that development with that particular proposal that is on the table at the moment. There has to, in my view, be a very safer means of enabling people from not only that development, but the rest of Eastwood actually cross that road. You know, we're all on about trying to encourage people to walk and bike and all the rest of it, which is where this footpath and the cycleway come from in the first place. But I think we're just asking for an accident to happen. I really am sorry, I won't support it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Cornwall, for that. Councillor Murphy, then Councillor Sutton. Thank you.
Yeah, I just like, I'll put it like this. I'm not against the houses. I think the houses are very nice and we need bigger houses like that. But I do actually think it's in totally the wrong area. And like I said before, I think it's dangerous as well. If we could somehow along come to some agreement and another way of doing it, find another way of doing it, then I would look at it again. But as it is at the moment, I think it is totally wrong. Actually, I do think that the Wimbledon Parish Council got it right.
We do have to think about importance, is absolutely imperative. Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I've spoken many times about being consistent, and I can't see how we can be consistent by turning this down, because I would ask the question to all committee members: how is this any different to the 3 that was passed a couple of years ago? Because it bribed us with a footway which is yet to be delivered. I think to be consistent, the only way we can do this, and that is to approve it, because the question is going to be asked, isn't it? How is this different to what we passed a few years ago, 2 years ago? Probably less than that, which is now being built out. I can't vote against it because it just doesn't make any sense to me. Just doesn't make any sense to me at all. And the worry about school children going across there, and I'm sure all of you have some knowledge of how schools work. The chances of anybody going there other than by car are very slim. So I don't think that's a worry. But how is it any more dangerous than the rest of Eastwood End using it? How is it? I don't see it. So I can't vote against it, Chairman.
Another side of the debate, Councillor Sutton, Councillor Benny, and then Councillor Cornwall.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we're getting very bogged down in a footpath here. We're not looking at the development itself. I think the houses are what is needed for the area. And as much as we're talking of safety, every parent says we're looking at children's safety. You safeguard your children by either taking them to school in the car, or you send them through the village back to the crossing that they'd be crossing over anyway. A child is the most valuable thing you will ever have. It's your responsibility to look after that child. And you do that by not letting them cross a main road like that. I certainly would not let any of my children cross that road in that way. And if I lived there, they would be going to school in a car, as most people do in this area. I live near a school, and I see people that live less than 100 yards turning up with their car to take their kids to school, and I see this no different. This is a rural area. You can put public transport, you can put cycleways in, but people still use their cars, and they will continue to use their cars. And I think we're getting very bogged down in the access, or sorry, in this footpath. I think the development would probably actually be better without it, because then people would have to go through the village or through Eastwood End to get to the crossing. I think the development is an excellent development. I think the houses will bring addition to the area, which is what we're supposed to be looking for. And I will be supporting this application today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Councillor Sutton, Councillor Cornwall, and Councillor French. Thank you.
Chairman, if I may just go back to decisions of consistency with Councillor Sutton, can I just point out that we have twice turned down development near the Peaceful Roundabout at March, at the old pub site just off the old Whittlesea Road, on exactly the same points that some of us have been making here today, on the danger of crossing Isle of Ely Way. Now, we turned down 2 applications there, I think, to my knowledge, and the reasons are exactly the same as those that we've been talking about now. So for consistency, if we approve this, then I can see some applications coming down for the old Whittlesea Road site.
If I may just...
Yeah, just come in, Councillor Sutton, and I'm going to bring Councillor French in then.
I think the difference between this one is that just 2 years ago, we approved at this site as opposed to a different site. That would be my...
Yeah, Councillor French, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm in 2 minds about this application, and I hate to always or start to agree with Councillor Sutton, but I think the actual development is good. I think if a better crossing of something could be sorted out, I think it could be a good development. Referring to what Councillor Cornwall said about the Peace Hill, I know that area exceptionally well. It was the old Horse and Jockey pub, and I believe it was because it was on a bad bend where they wanted to come out was the reason for I just think, you know, we need family homes. We have approved family homes in that area before, and as Councillor Sutton did say, it's not that long since we approved another one or two. And I think I will be looking to support this application.
Okay, so we're still in debate. Anybody who'd like to add to the debate? Speak now for forever hold your peace, as so they say on a Sunday. So no, righty ho. So with that,
I propose to go with the officer's recommendation for refusal. I'm not against the development. I'm against the safety aspects that have not been considered fully. And should they come back with a better safety proposal on this, I would probably support it. At the moment, as it is, I cannot support it. I recommend officer's recommendation for refusal.
okay, so we've got a proposal for Councillor Biscannon to go with officer recommendation to refuse the application. Obviously, Councillor Biscannon is obviously going to reiterate the proposal. Have we got a seconder? Councillor Murphy. So with that,
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'll go back to being consistent. We've got inspectors' decisions on Eastwood End, so it's a place that, you know, has been approved by inspectors going against what we thought in the past. So we have to take that as a material consideration. And just to be consistent, I just think we have no choice but to go along with it, because how can we explain to anyone that 2 years ago it was all right to increase the use of their foot and crossing the road, yet now we can't? I just don't get it. So in terms of policy, I don't think it would harm the open countryside, not at all. You know, I think it would go and improve it, even particularly in that area. I've got some concerns about the footway along the main road, the footway and the cycleway. But then, is it any different there than it is going from Maple to Ely? I would suggest that no, it isn't. It's no different to going along any 50 miles an hour road. It is what it is, isn't it? And then what we got, reason 2. Yeah, that talks about the cycling again, and I just don't agree with that. So that would be my reasons, Chairman.
with that in mind, Councillor, obviously you're proposing this with the reasons. You're sorry,
yeah.
I've sort of preempted that. I was just giving you a carte blanche to carry on. So I've got a seconder for that. Okay. So Councillor Benny. So we have a counter To go against officer recommendation to approve the said application is proposed by Councillor Sutton, seconded by Councillor Benny, with some conditions before we start.
Is that with delegated authority conditions, Chairman?
You're happy with those? And you're happy? I'm very happy with that. So with that, we'll go and vote on that proposal, just to go against officer's recommendation, to reiterate, to approve this application. All those in favour? That application has been approved.
Can we just do those against, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, those in favour.
Those in favour?
Can we have those in favour to approve the application?
Yeah. With the last vote.
4, 5, 6, and those against, please. Thank you.
That application has been approved. Thank you very much. Without further ado, I'll now hand over to Alison Hoffman. She's the senior officer here at Fenland to present agenda item number 6, FY 21/10640, application agenda number 6. So Alison, when you'd like to start, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This application is for the erection of up to 4 dwellings. It's an outline application with matters committed in respect of access. The site location is land north of Rathbone, Atkinson's Lane, Elm. The agent being Mr. Chris Walford of Peter Humphrey Associates, and the application is before committee given the number of representations received contrary to officer recommendation. Members will have received a written update relating to further advice secured from the County Council Highways team, who have confirmed that the verges are privately owned and indicated that although ideally the road would be wider, a technical objection could not be sustained given the scale of development. Some guidance has been given with regard to potential improvement works, however, noting that some aspects are reliant on additional land, i.e. the widening at the corner of Atkinson's Lane to access the development, officers are uncertain that this is achievable given land ownership considerations, and conclude that the original recommendation remains appropriate. Currently on display are the site location plan to the left of the above slide, with the central images showing the site circa 2011. The latest aerial image is displayed to the right-hand side of the screen and includes the redevelopment of the Dale on Boatdale Road. That's the orange roofs there that are visible. Members will note that the site forms part of a larger arable field accessed via Atkinson's Lane, which is a single track unclassified road, roughly tarmacked. It currently serves Rathbone and the adjacent agricultural and equestrian buildings, although it was noted at the time of site inspection, as detailed in the officer report, that to the east of the site it is used to access the Oaks, which crosses the lane. There are no footways or street lighting serving the lane, and this will reduce the attractiveness of journeys other than by private car, which officers note is of concern. The current slide shows an illustrative layout for the development with access committed. As acknowledged in the officer report, there is nothing to suggest that a suitable scheme could not be developed at reserve matter stage without detriment to the character of the area or residential amenity. Given the relatively low density of the scheme, it is also considered that the amount of development is acceptable. Putting aside concerns regarding the suitability of Atkinson's Lane and the failure as a result of the access scenario for the intended householders to benefit from good accessibility, which accords with sustainable transport objectives and delivers a high quality environment. Similarly, whilst it's accepted that in terms of the settlement hierarchy, there are no matters to reconcile, this does not obviate the strong concerns relating to wider access issues. The photos currently on display show the site in context. The upper left-hand image shows the view from the proposed entrance. The upper right-hand image looks northeast onto the Oaks. And the lower right-hand image shows the eastern boundary adjacent to the Oaks, with the lower right-hand image looking across the site to the north. Similarly, the slides currently on display focus on views southwest and southeast from the site access. illustrating the paucity of road environment in the vicinity, with a wider view looking across the site being captured on the upper left-hand side image. These photographs currently on display look west towards the Oaks Junction, look east from the Oaks Junction, and look west from the Oaks Junction. Members will have seen when they went on the site inspection that the Oaks roadway basically crosses Atkinson's Lane. The application site is located off Atkinson's Lane, an adopted highway approximately 240 metres from its junction to the east with the B1101 main road, just south of its junction with Begdale Road. This application seeks outline planning permission for the construction of up to 4 dwellings with only the principle of development and means of access for consideration at this stage. The site comprises 0.45 hectares of part of an arable field, and the site backs onto new residential development at the Oaks to the east, existing residential development fronting Begdale Road to the north, and a complex of farm buildings to the south. Access to the site is proposed from Atkinson's Lane, a single track roadway with a roughly tarmac surface. The position of the access proposed is on the outside bend where Atkinson's Lane turns through 90 degrees to head southwards from the east. It is accepted that Elm is a limited growth village in which a small amount of infill development and small extensions to the village may be considered acceptable. However, significant issues and concerns have arisen from the proposed use of Atkinson's Lane as access to the development and the issue of connectivity of the site with the facilities and services in the village. The Highways Authority and Environmental Services section have raised no objection to the scheme based on amended plans. However, the application is recommended for refusal based on the principles of enabling sustainable forms of development as set out in the report. It is accepted that the principle of developing this site is acceptable in terms of policy when viewed exclusively in the context of relationship with the village. Furthermore, it is noted that there would be scope to design a scheme without detriment to residential amenity and the visual amenity of the area. However, these positives do not outweigh the significant concerns as expressed in the officer report and outlined in the parish council's objection, and for this reason officers must recommend refusal. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Alison. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Tim Slater, of course he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. When you're nicely seated, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Chairman, the background to this application is unusual. In that it's not usual for planning officers to repeatedly question highway advice.
Excuse me, Chairman, can you ask the speaker to move the microphone near to you? It becomes very mumblese.
Shall I start again?
Please do. Thank you.
Sorry about that. The background to this application is unusual. In my view, it's unusual for planning officers to repeatedly question highway advice and apparently seek a reversal of the consultation comments made. Members will see from the file that the application is now almost a year old and highways have commented several times. Given the considerable weight and importance that FDC officers and members usually give to highway authority comments, both the agent and the applicant are surprised at this approach. I understand that there's been a further update today confirming that there are no highway objections, although I've not seen that properly yet. But to consider the application, in policy terms, this is for limited development on the edge of a limited development village as allocated in the adopted local plan. And as such, is in accordance with the provisions of LP3 and LP12. The plan therefore accepts that this settlement is a sustainable, accessible location for limited new housing. As a consequence, it's deemed sustainable location having regard to the MPPF and local plan policy 1. This is accepted by the case officer in the report in para 10.4. It is clear in spatial terms the site is well related to the historic core of the village and services and facilities, the pub, church and school that it contains. It's also noted that the site is significantly closer to the centre of the village and the bus service along Main Road than many of the new developments and indeed the draft allocations in the emerging local plan. This in turn gives the site better non-car access to Wisbech for higher order services and facilities. Pedestrian and cycle access to the site is also available along Exton Road and Grove Gardens and Cedar Way, which is shown as adopted highway, meaning the application is only 87 metres from this junction. The planning objection is predicated on an increase in traffic uses on Atkinson Lane, a matter to which the County Council as local highway authority have repeatedly refused to object. Essentially, the planning officer's view is that the use of this Atkinson Lane as a shared road is unsafe, and the additional traffic generated from only up to 4 homes will cause demonstrable harm to safety, such that the potential residents will be deterred from walking or using cycles to the detriment of wider sustainability. We consider that in the absence of an objection from highways on functional safety grounds, it appears to us the premise for this assessment is unsound and without an evidential basis. As a consequence, we disagree with the assessment and the conclusion. Atkinson's Lane is indeed narrow, measuring between 2.5 and 2.8 metres in width. However, it has adequate width to accommodate refuse lorries, and indeed there's a photo on the application file showing one. The layout of the development within the site will provide a turning space to allow refuse vehicles to safely turn, and indeed this has been accepted by Fenland Council Environmental Services within its comments. It is of course material to note that refuse lorries enter the site only once a week, and these alone will not be material in terms of impacting on wider sustainability and accessibility concerns. Atkinson Lane is currently very lightly trafficked and widely used by walkers and for dog walking, and the additional trips from 4 new homes will not substantially affect this situation. The applicant simply does not accept that the nature of Atkinson Lane will dissuade residents from walking or cycling. It is essentially a pleasant route to walk and is lightly trafficked. My client has asked me to point out that he's lived in Elm and Friday Bridge for 38 years, and his wife was born in Elm some 60 years ago. They've been looking for a site to relocate to and to provide a house for their son and his family for some time now, and have found great difficulty in securing suitable land, as most is under option. They are committed to living in the village and wish to remain there. In summary, in the absence of a substantive objection from highways in terms of safety or environmental services in terms of bin connection, it is considered there's no evidential basis that the proposed access will be a deterrent to walking and cycling, such that it can be considered as a
30 seconds.
Such that it can be considered as a sustainable village development within the provisions of LB3 and LB12. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Slater, for that. So members, questions, if you have any, or clarifications to Mr. Slater, thank you. No, you've got off, I think you've got off it very lightly. Thank you very much. Thank you. Members, questions, clarifications to officers. No, I can't actually see anything. No, and thank you very much. So now, members, with that in mind, I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect to the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So now very quickly, we're into debate. Thank you. Who would like to kick this debate off? Oh, sorry, Councillor Sutton. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The mind boggles really how highways cannot raise an objection to this is way beyond anything that I can think of. You know, it is no more than a farm track, and those that was on the site visit on Wednesday will have seen how difficult it was to get the bus down there. He was reluctant to go down there, and quite rightfully so. I know that the highways have to consider stuff to be severe before they can object, but in my view, the issues there are severe. I just can't believe that we get such a recommendation, and I think our officers have got this one exactly right. I don't think there's an issue with developing that particular piece of land. If they could come off of Begdale Road, there'll be no issue with it at all, I don't think. But to come down there, I just think it's crazy. So I should be voting with officer recommendation, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Sutton. Councillor French, and then Councillor Miss Scanlon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, looking at the comments from the parish council, they strongly object to this, and I think they've got this absolutely right. If you all remember, in 23rd of December 2020, there were many areas, especially March was hit very bad, but Elm was hit badly in flooding, and I've been working on flooding issues for the last 2 years. Officers have got this right, and I could not support this because this is just an issue that will happen further down the road.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor French. Councillor Scanlon, thank you.
Thank you, Raj. Having been on the site visits, I totally agree with what Councillor Sutton said. If there had been an entrance off Begdale Road, I don't think there would have been any objections whatsoever. But the entrance off Atkinson's Lane, I think, is nothing short of stupidity. It's not a farm track. It's not even a cattle track. I think you'd need a track laying vehicle to go down there on a regular basis. It is an appalling road, and to call it a road is being generous. I think the officers have got this absolutely right. If there'd have been an alternative entrance, I think there wouldn't have been any objections to this whatsoever.
But we are where we are, and we're looking at the objections in front of us. So thank you very much, Councillor Murphy. Thank you.
Yes, I totally agree with what everybody said, to be perfectly honest with you, because I'm going to come back now on council next door to me here, being consistent. If ever we was consistent and allow this on that piece of land, there could be another 40 or 50 houses come out on that way, because the piece of land is big enough for another 40 or 50 houses there. And I agree, if it come off Begdale, it would be quite right, and it'd be okay with that. But to put it down there is absolutely ridiculous.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Right, any more? We're in oh, Councillor Cornwall's just raised his hand. Thank you.
Yes, I'll have my full penneth as well, Chairman,
You're
because I
extremely
drove.
welcome.
Well, I drove it yesterday afternoon, and in fact, I had to stop after a very short while because there were actually dog walkers coming. That was actually mentioned earlier because it is a popular area, and I just had to sit there because, frankly, there was nowhere else for the dog walkers to go. So I sat and waited for them to come back. Then when I tried to turn down at the bottom, that was exceedingly interesting. I don't know how many turns it took me to get round there in my little car, but there we are. We are where we are. Yeah, it seems to me that over a period of time, various developers around there have been planning about to carefully avoid doing anything to Atkinson's Lane. I think we're now at a stage where, quite frankly, enough is enough. I really don't think that access is suitable. I'd love to be there when the builders merchants lorries tried to get in there, because they wouldn't, to be quite honest. I mean, it is absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, I'll support what the other speakers have said.
I think I've got a steer where this one's going, but we're still in debate, and anybody would like to add to it? Councillor Miss Scanlon again.
Yeah, one thing that we noticed when we walked up from the coach to the site to view it, there is residents from looking at the picture, the lower houses are actually using the grass verge to cut across to go down this first part of Atkinson's Lane, totally illegally, because they're driving across grass verges to get into Atkinson's Lane. And that would bring safety aspects into question about that. And we could see the tyre tracks across it. So they're coming from the parking area of the houses that are almost opposite, and they're driving across the grass verge. So that brings into question safety aspects about this top end of this Atkinson's Lane.
Thank you for those comments. Councillor French, are you just waggling your pen, or are you happy? Right, so as I said, I think we've got to steer where this has gone wrong, but before we do, I'll ask officers if they've got any comments to make. Nothing, David, Alison, thank you for that. So now we're looking for a proposal on this application. Councillor French,
Yeah, move the officer's recommendations.
have we got a second to Councillor French? Councillor Sutton. So we've got a proposal to go with officer's recommendation to refuse this planning application proposed by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Sutton. We'll now go to the vote on that proposal. So all those in favour? That looks to me that's unanimous, Joe. That application has been refused. Thank you very much. So now I'll hand over without further ado to Alison Hoffman again to present application item agenda number 7 F/YR21/1254 F. So Alison, when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This application is for the erection of a 2-storey, 5-bedroom dwelling with detached garage and stable block involving the demolition of existing dwelling and outbuildings. The site location is land east of Levels Cottage, 40-foot bank Ramsey. The applicant is Mr. Perce Baxter and the agent is Mr. Ian Gowler of Gowler Architectural. The application has been referred by the Head of Planning on the advice of the committee chairman, and there are no updates to report. The slide currently on display fully illustrates the site location as an elsewhere open countryside site as noted in the officer report. The current slide shows the existing site layout to the left-hand side of the screen. As noted in the officer report, the site features a white painted brick 2-storey cottage, which has been boarded up along with 3 older outbuildings. It is accepted that the use of the dwelling has not been abandoned. However, it is the detail of the scheme which renders the scheme unacceptable when applying policy LP12 Part C. Officers contend that the proposed dwelling, as illustrated on the slide currently on display, contrasts sharply with the existing dwelling and would be inappropriate in this rural setting, with its scale and mass far in excess of that of the existing buildings on site. The proposed dwelling has a floor area of 2 stories that is 123% larger than the original dwelling, and its more intricate design, along with its overall height, mass, siting and volume, will result in a prominent and discordant feature within the rural landscape. As was clearly seen on the location plan and aerial image, this is an open and exposed site within the open countryside. The proposed dwelling will be 16 metres wide and 12 metres deep, in stark contrast to the traditional dwelling, which has a width of 10 metres and a depth of 4.5 metres, with a further 5 metre deep single-storey outshoot. As will be seen on the site photographs, which are later on in this presentation, the site has been cleared of the vegetation shown on the earlier aerial image, and this will compound the dominance of the built form, in turn compounded by the associated access and driveway on the site. Of particular concern, as detailed in the officer report, are views from the west, which will capture the 2-storey projection. The built form proposed would be further consolidated by the addition of a garage and stable block. The stabling will be located to the northeastern part of the site and the garage located to the east of the proposed parking area. The photos presently on display show the existing boarded up dwelling, and to the left-hand side of the screen, the outbuilding located to the east of the existing access with views beyond. The application site, as detailed in the present dwelling and associated redundant outbuildings on land on the northern side of the 40-foot bank, approximately 1.8 kilometres west of the junction with Doddington Road at Leonard's Child's Bridge to the north of Chatteris. It is located beyond any built-up area within a location dominated by arable land use and open, generally undeveloped countryside. The site is also located within flood zone 3, the highest flood zone category, and the development is classified as more vulnerable, being residential in nature. The proposal seeks planning permission for the replacement of an existing, albeit recently unoccupied dwelling on the site. Policy LP12 allows for such scenarios and allows for the replacement of dwellings in rural areas. However, the proposal is considered to be excessive in scale and mass and unattractive in design, and would result in an incongruous form and scale of replacement dwelling, which would undermine the open and generally undeveloped character of this rural part of the district. It is on this basis that the application is recommended for refusal as per page 73 of the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Alison. Before I ask the agent, Joe and Member Services would like to add something to it, or add something to the
Committee, it's just been brought to my attention that the applicant for this item is known to Councillor Murphy in a personal capacity. Therefore, he'll take no part in the discussion or voting on this item.
Right, yes, thank you for Councillor Sutton.
On that note, Chairman, I've just realised that I do know the applicant, and on previous occasions when his application has been through here, his son used to box for the local boxing club, who I was very much involved with at the time. So at that time, I sat it out because I thought I was too close to the issue. But as you know, I'm no longer involved with the boxing club to the extent I was. I haven't seen Perce or his son Perce for 3 years, I should think. So I feel that you know, the reason for sitting out last time, you know, the boat has sailed, and I feel comfortable sitting here on this application.
Yes, that's excellent. That's openness and transparency. That's what we want. Thank you for that, Councillor Sutton. So without further ado, I'd now like to ask Mr. Gowler, of course he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. As you're an old hand here, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, members, for your time this afternoon. As the officer has just described, the application is to replace a small existing cottage, which the history to it is it had a fire a few years ago and subsequently has been vandalised, hence why it's been boarded up. It looks in a bit of a sorry state of repair. The applicant looked originally to refurbish and possibly extend the existing dwelling, but as we're all aware, the cost of materials for doing things like extensions and alterations, you have to pay 20% VAT on, which makes a big increase on what could be a demolition and rebuild. On the first slide behind me, I have made a numerical error, I believe. The further up the road, there's a place called Tommy's 40 Foot, which was some years ago approved to be demolished and rebuilt. The existing cottage shown on the slide above was 150 square metres, not 75 that I put. And the new dwelling was 290 square metres. New dwelling's pictured in the bottom right-hand corner. That was an increase of 195% on the original cottage. Our proposal is 186%, which I think is slightly different to what was mentioned earlier. On the second slide, recently approved, this was an extension to a cottage in Wimley. I'm not sure if it's Wimlington or Maney, but although it doesn't obviously feature in the same policy being an extension, but the principle of scale and development is very similar. The existing cottage is 140 square metres. It's a very similar style to the one we're looking to demolish. It's in a very rural location, opposite the entrance to Stony Camp. And with the extension shown on the right-hand side, the increase in floor area was 255%. So much more than what we're actually asking for on our proposed application today. The final slide comes up. So one of the officer comments is that the scale and appearance is not conducive to the area. As most of you members will know, 40 Foot is quite sporadic with houses. There's not many people live down there. The collage of photos is all sorts of photos that are the nearest kind of dwellings to the proposed site, with their proposal in the middle. There is as you can see, a mixture of rundown cottages, old cottages and new developments as people have knocked down the old buildings. The top left and middle left shows the entrance to Puddock Road. There's two large 3-storey dwellings, which I would think are much more than our footprint area. So the final comment I've got is to do with flood zone. There's talking about flood zone 3. Obviously, there's an existing dwelling that can be used, but as part of the new development, we've had a flood risk assessment done, and they've recommended the usual raising floor areas, which is shown on a section with a proposed, and we don't feel that it's actually building it too far out of the ground like some of the developments we have to do where the floor levels raise too far out of the ground. This one actually works quite well on the site. So yeah, we feel that actually this replacement dwelling does fit with LP12 and also LP16 for the character and style. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Gowler, for that. Now, I'd like to invite members to put questions or indeed clarifications to Mr. Gowler. If you'd like to ask a question, please raise your hand. Questions to Mr. Gowler, if you have any, members. No, thank you very much. Members, questions, clarifications to officers. Councillor Cornwall.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. We've heard the speaker give examples of old and new that have been approved and so on. Do we have a policy that identifies what we would accept as a replacement building? And how do we determine that something is in fact too big and out of character and all the rest of it? Because it just seems to me that looking back to the size of the original building, we wouldn't necessarily expect any family to live in a place that small. So therefore any replacement is likely to be that bit bigger anyway. But how do we as officers, how do the officers determine what is acceptable and what isn't acceptable in relation to the calculation of sizes or size increases?
I'm sure David would answer that. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Chairman. So LP12 Part C is the relevant policy, which does say that the replacement of a dwelling which is located outside or not adjacent to the developed footprint of a settlement will be supported where all of the following are met. And one of those criteria is that it is of a similar size and scale to the original dwelling. Obviously, there is no definition as to what similar size and scale is. And as you pointed out, clearly some of these properties, as exemplified by the application site, are somewhat limited in terms of their facilities and suitability for sort of modern day living, shall we say. So as officers, we do try and adopt a pragmatic approach in terms of allowing an increase in size. And there are sort of numerous examples, as Mr. Gowler's pointed out, kind of even in the vicinity of this application site where larger dwellings have been allowed. But I think that the crux of the issue perhaps here is that, as well as the criteria that I've just set out to you, there's also another criteria, which is it is of a design appropriate to its rural setting. So it's a combination of the scale, the mass, the bulk, the design, the appearance, the actual characteristics of the individual site and how prominent a development would appear in that particular location that also need to be considered. And in this case, all of those issues combined, we believe as officers that this is an unacceptable development.
So there is, how can I put it, somewhat of a license then to interpret things as we go along. Thank you.
Councillor French.
Thank you. Questions to David. I've just listened to what you've said. Is it my understanding, or maybe I've been dreaming this, that with the new emerging plan, that policy with regard to the footprint will not actually adhere to planning applications. I can't remember what section of the new emerging plan, but I thought that the footprint is actually going to be allowed to be larger.
Through you, Chairman, the draft emerging plan is taking a more flexible approach than your adopted plan is. However, very little weight can be given to the draft emerging plan in the determination of planning applications, and that is what is sort of set out in the sort of case law approach to using emerging plans and their application to the determination of planning applications.
Thanks for that, Nick. But in a few weeks' time, that emerging plan, we will actually be looking at these policies.
Yeah, through you, Chairman. Once the local plan is published for consultation, as planning officers will start to make reference to the emerging plan in our case reports bit on delegated reports or reports to planning committee, but to reiterate, only low levels of weight can be given to those emerging policies and policy determination. The priority should be given to the adopted plan.
Yeah, I realise that, but what I did say, in a few weeks' time, when it is out to consultation, that changes the ballgame.
Yeah, it's my belief that it does. So it'll be probably in a couple of months' time, maybe. So I think you were absolutely right what you say, Councillor French. Members, we're still questions to officers.
So, Chairman, because some of these things are open to interpretation, then it's quite in order for members to actually take a slightly different interpretation of some of these things. Yeah, is that
Absolutely?
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, members, questions to officers still, if you have any. I can't see anywhere to burning desire to. No, no. Okay, thank you very much. So now I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to this said application. If you would like to speak, raise your hand. So Councillor Benny, please. Sorry, I'll do Councillor Topgood first, so then Councillor Benny. Thank you. Sorry about that, Councillor Topgood.
Thank you, Chairman. I honestly don't have an issue with this application whatsoever. We've got a derelict building there, which we've got many of them in Fenland. We want people to live in Fenland and have nice houses. Obviously, they want a really nice house. Now, going to LP12C, if you read on further, it says, unless an alternative position within the curtilage would enhance the setting of the building on the plot and have no adverse impact on the wider setting, which I don't think this does. I think this improves the wider setting. It will improve the life of the family that lives there. And I've got no issues with this application at all. And I will be supporting this application. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Topgood. Thank you, Councillor Benny. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Sutton was amazed with the last one. I'm amazed that this one's here. I just look at this and common sense is written all over this one. Big play of numbers here and percentages. 1000% of nothing is still nothing. And saying that this is out of character of the area. If you drive down, I drive this road every day I take my grandson to school. And along that road, we've got Hare Cottage, which is a replacement building that has been built. It was on the picture of that was on the screen earlier. We've also got Kerry Parmenter's old barn that was up there. They are big buildings. They are of scale. They're of substance, which is no more than this is. It has a bigger footprint, but that's an old fen cottage there. You wouldn't build that today. It just wouldn't happen. And we want those big houses in the area. That's policy. We said that's what we want. And it's on a big plot as well. This fits on here perfectly. And to me, I've been watching this application. I knew it was in because the site, the pictures up there, this was far more derelict than it shows on that site. I've been watching it for ages. I've been expecting this to go through. And when I suppose Mr. Baxter took it over. He was in there with diggers, and I was watching him daily clearing the old rubbish away. And I quite expected it to be started. I'm amazed it's taken so long to come to a no, and it's ended up here. And you know, that site was an absolute mess. There's 2 or 3 other sites along that road, probably in Hunts Council rather than in Fenland. But we need to clear these messes up. They're derelict buildings. They need replacing. You can't replace what's there. And we're getting very hooked up on percentages. And as I said, 1,000% of nothing is still nothing. We passed at Wisbech St Mary's a year or 2 ago, a house that had 183, I believe, maybe 180 something % increase in square footage. And it had a treble garage with it as well. And also we passed another one in Gorefield several years ago. That was another big increase in floor size. We don't have a policy for floor sizing. And to me, this absolutely fits on here. And again, it enhances the area. I can't see whether wishing to put something else there, it would be more detrimental to the area than it is. I'd just like to see this one passed and get this one through, really. I should be supporting the application today. And I hope that the members join me for that one. But to me, this is, it's crying out for something to be done with this. It's been a derelict building for many years. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Benny. Councillor French, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I totally agree with some past speakers. It is an absolute eyesore. And as Councillor Benny has just said, and Councillor Topgood, we've got many of these buildings right across the whole of Fenland. And it would be nice to actually see more of these applications coming in to actually demolish and rebuild. So I will be supporting this application.
Thank you. Again, I think I've got my perception hat quite right here, and I think I've got a steer on where this was probably going. So we're still in debate if anybody would like to add to that before I bring officers in for comments. Can't see a burning desire for it, so please, have you got anything to add? No. So we're looking for a proposal on the said application. Councillor Benny. Please. This is absolutely agree that it isn't abandoned. So
all you need, all you need is the issue of scale of the development and appearance of the development. That's all you need to cover.
just a bit to Councillor Benny. We've also passed several down that road, as previously said by the agent, Mr. Gowler. So with that, Mr. Benny, sorry to steal your thunder.
You can't hear me from there. I just think this one's got common sense written all over this one. Delivering and protecting high quality environments. This is improving the area, and it's adding to the area, not detracting from it. If you want any more than that, I'm sure I can find something else to add to that. I won't bore you all with this. We might get home by 6 o'clock if we get this one through. I just don't see where this one is in any way detrimental to the area. I think this is another plus to the area, and it's getting rid of an old derelict building.
Yeah, so I think Councillor Benny, you've summed it all up. I don't think we need to go any further. So we've got a proposal by Councillor Benny to go against officer recommendation to approve this application. It's obviously looks like it's going to be seconded by Councillor French.
Yes, more than happy to second this with suitable conditions.
You just beaten it to the punch there, haven't you? And everybody else, Councillor French. So with that proposal, could we have a vote, please? So we're going against officer's recommendation to approve this application. Please, let's go to the vote without further ado. Councillor Murphy, are you abstaining? Oh, sorry, it's my fault. It's so long ago now. So yes, Joe, so no one against it, are there? So Joe, that application has been approved. Thank you very much. Sorry about that, Councillor Murphy. It seems so long ago since I think probably we can do this one before we have a break, and I'll ask anybody else. This will be the fourth one, won't it? So now I'll hand over to David Rowan to present application FYR 21-1392F, agenda item number 8.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a full planning application for the erection of 2 detached dwellings with associated single garage involving the demolition of a garage at 42 Tavistock Road in Wisbech. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. You can see it sits within an established residential part of Wisbech. To the south of the site is the more sort of regimented development pattern of Colville Road, whilst to the north is the more loose-knit character of Trafford Park. The application seeks permission for 2 detached dwellings located to the rear of the existing dwelling, as you can see from the site plan set out in the bottom left-hand corner of the image. Access is taken from Tavistock Road with the sort of slightly grey area, with the slight repositioning of the current position of the access to achieve this. Members' attention is drawn to the gap to the southwest of plot 1, which is the left-hand plot, and the inclusion of a garage to this elevation, and also to plot 2 and the gap to the northeast of this. The inclusion of the 2-storey rear projecting element to both plots is also flagged up to members. Members may recall that a previous application for 2 pairs of semi-detached dwellings was refused on the site in September 2021 at committee, and these plans are shown for comparison. I would draw members' attention to the proximity to the boundaries of the site of that development and the overall unbroken mass of building within this scheme, as well as the overall density of built form. Some photographs just to sort of refresh members' memories. 42 Tavistock Road is shown on the left-hand image, with the development site sitting to the rear of this. The right-hand image shows the position of the existing access, which is to be relocated to the other side of that telegraph pole, and a view through to the development site beyond. The garage included within the description has actually been demolished and has already been removed from the site, and that's sort of sat in the middle of the site, so it would have been in the middle of your right-hand view there. And then the further photographs just show the current nature of the site and its relationship with the surrounding properties. It's considered that the principle of development is acceptable given the location of the site within an established residential area of Wisbech. It's also considered that the application as now submitted has overcome the previous refusal on the site by reducing the number of dwellings, the mass and density of building, and affording greater separation to neighbouring dwellings. The recommendation is therefore to grant planning permission as set out within the agenda.
Yeah, thank you once again, David. We have 1 speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Gareth Edwards, of course, he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. Again, you have 5 minutes when you feel able to start. Thank you.
Thank you again for the opportunity to speak on this application at 42 Tavistock Road, Wisbech. As you will have seen in the officer's report, we have the support of the technical consultees along with the town council, and we have reduced the number of dwellings from 4 to 2, which has achieved the support of your officers. Extensive negotiations have taken place with your planners to get the application in front of you today, which we feel we've addressed the concerns from the original application and produced a high quality scheme and consistent with the local plan. And thank your officers for their support. The site is within flood zone 1 of the EMATs, which is not always the case in Wisbech. The site is within the built up area of the market town of Wisbech, where the majority of the district's new housing should take place. The site is the extended garden area from the host property, which still retains ample amenity space, which is consistent with your approved policy. I think it's fair to say that Wisbech has a real mixture of dwelling types throughout. We believe our scheme will enhance the area, provide good sized family homes on good sized plots with adequate separation distances, so there will be so it will not have a significant detrimental impact in relation to overlooking lots of privacy, light or outlook. The dwellings are to be constructed with materials that are sympathetic to the adjacent dwellings and the street scene as a whole. We feel the development will provide a positive contribution to this part of the town and enhance the street scene. I would ask you to support the application with the conditions as indicated, as we feel that it is policy compliant and it is flood zone 1. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much once again, Mr. Edwards. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Edwards. Thank you. Councillor Miss Scanlon, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edwards, for your presentation. Being the constructed, or if it's approved, the construction area is within close proximity to the local residents, is it your proposal to put in certain conditions on the builders so they do not annoy or interfere with the local residents? As we all know, this can be a major problem when buildings are being constructed.
There's a question. I don't know, I was on that brave to go in and tell them, to be fair, but I mean, if there's a condition required, then yeah, I mean, obviously they have, we try to get as much sympathy from the builders towards the existing neighbours as much as you can, but I don't know if there's a condition that can be placed on a management side of it, but as I say, if we need to take it, we'll take it, yeah.
We can take it on board what Mr. Edwards said, and that's perhaps a question for officers a little bit further down the line. But yeah, thank you for trying to answer that. So members, is that, you're happy with that, Councillor Miss Cannon? So still questions for Mr. Edwards? Can't see any. No, thank you very much for that again. Members, questions for officers once again. Councillor French.
Yeah, let's have a question. I'm glad that officers have actually managed to negotiate with the applicant and they've come to their senses, and we did refuse it for overdevelopment, and I'm glad the officers have actually supported the application.
Did you want to come back on that? Because it's questions for officers.
To preempt Councillor Scanlon's question. So I'm not sure what matters that he had in mind. We haven't proposed a construction management plan. We don't normally apply construction management plan conditions on this scale of development. Given the physical constraints of the site, I could only realistically think that we would have a hours of construction type condition on there. We couldn't realistically request that there is sufficient space put on site for the storage of materials and space on site for all of the contractors working on site to park on site, because there just wouldn't be enough space. And in any event, we can't stop people from parking on the public highway anyway. So it gives false hope. So beyond working hours, don't think really there's much else we could offer.
Would you be happy with working hours, Councillor Scanlon?
That was my prime concern. The parking of the vehicles within the vicinity is always going to be a problem where building sites are concerned, and I do appreciate that. It's the construction hours within the site itself. We all know, and I've experienced it, where construction people turn up at 6 o'clock in the morning and someone's trying to get some sleep or have a lay in. Sunday mornings, they're there at 6 o'clock in the morning. It is very detrimental and it's very debilitating to the neighbours to have those things. So I think times of construction are very important for both the builders and for the neighbouring properties, because it just creates problems and animosity with the construction people, and there's invariably arguments. The vans are usually the least of it. It's the making of the noise at ungodly hours of the day and night. Thank you.
Yeah, very pertinent point, Councillor Scanlon. So we're still questions to officers. No, can't see any more. No. Right. So now, members, it's time for. Oh, did you want to? Were you waving to me, Councillor Cornwall? Okay, so I thought you were waving to me. So now we're going to debate the application. Who would like to speak first? Councillor Cornwall?
Right, okay. Yeah, I've got no adverse comment at all, right, about this. I think the reduction in the numbers and so on is important. But the thing that goes through my mind is that we all strive to produce some really, really nice plots, don't we? And really nice developments and all the rest of it. And then a few years down the line, somebody comes along and says, no, my garden's too busy, rather too big. So let's build a couple of houses in the back of it. So immediately the thought that we had originally sort of goes for the wall. It's just one of those things. I do understand what they're doing here. I do understand also the approach the officers had in reducing the numbers involved and making it a much more sustainable little development, to be quite frank. So I'll support this undoubtedly.
Councillor Topwood, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
4-2 is a definite boom. Wisbeach desperately needs more housing, and the town council have got no objections whatsoever to it. In fact, a couple of the local councillors live in that area, and they've got no objections to it. So I'll be in full support of this.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Topwood. Still, Councillor Davies, thank you.
Thought you weren't going to let me speak from there.
Perish the thought I wouldn't do that, Councillor Davies. My life wouldn't be worth living, would it?
I just wanted to add my support. I think this is vast improvement on the previous application. And just to answer Councillor Cornwall's point, if you had land and you could build 2 houses, you'd do it. So I just think that it, you know, no, I think this is actually a vast improvement, and I don't think it has the impact on the neighbouring properties that the idea of putting 4 on there had. So I will support this.
Oh, still in Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Yeah, I support everything other members have said, and I think we should note that the case officer has worked with the agent, because I think I'm right in saying that it was for 3 originally, wasn't it?
4.
No, subsequently it was for 3, and through this application, through working proactively with the agent, have reduced it to 2. You know, I've said many times before, that's good planning, and well done.
Absolutely, I echo your sentiments there entirely, and of course the agent as well in for that as well, because he has listened to the planners and the planning committee as well, Councillor Sutton. So we're still in debate. Anybody want to add to this debate? Officers? No, I'm closing the debate. Anything else to say? No, they're shaking their heads. Okay, so members, we're looking for a proposal on this application. Councillor Topgood. Okay, Councillor Clark, your second. So we've got a proposal from Councillor Topgood to go with officer recommendation to approve this application, seconded by Councillor Clark, and thank you for that. All those in favour of those proposals?
With the additional condition on this one.
With the condition of Councillor Miss Scanlon. I don't know if you'd like to look at those conditions. Are you happy to leave it with officers? If we can make a.
Really, Chairman, it'll just be the standard national conditions on working hours. So.
As long as you're happy, Councillor Miss Cannon, we're all happy. So just quickly have another show again, because I digressed. So that application has been approved by unanimously. Thank you, members. So it is now, we've been going about, I don't know, a nice while now, I think. Does anybody want 10 minutes for a cup of coffee and a biscuit that I provided, or shall we carry on for another one?
And a broken.
You want everybody, Councillor Sutton has indicated you want to crack on with this one. Is everybody happy with that? Are we? No, we're not, but anyway, never mind. But that's why I did it in threes, Councillor Sutton, really. Right, what are we going to do? Come on, have a cup of coffee. Let's have 10 minutes then, please. And make sure you switch your microphones off. Thank you. Well, that one then. we've just had to change the agenda. We're going to do agenda item number 13 first. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Alison to present agenda item number 13, F/YR 220370/0, agenda item number 13. So with that, please, Alison, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We're just going to catch up with the relevant slide to accommodate the change in sequence.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
It's just flipped on me, so thank you.
Agenda item number 13, the erection of one dwelling, an outline application with matters committed in respect of access on land east of Mill Road, Murrow. There are no updates to report. The applicant is Mr. Goy and the agent is Helen Monk of Swan Edwards Architecture Limited. The application is before Planning Committee as it's been referred by the Head of Planning on the advice of the committee chairman. The slide currently on display shows an aerial image to the right-hand side with the application site edged red. The location plan shows updated context, including the more recent residential development of 6 units to the west. The proposed dwelling would utilise the existing private drive which serves these properties and runs parallel to Mill Road to the north of the existing drain. Noting the relationship of the site with its surroundings, it is evident that the site could not be considered infill, as indicated in the officer report. The site is located behind the garden of Conway and does not therefore have a road frontage, which the dwellings to the west achieve, albeit setback from the drain. An indicative layout accompanies the proposal, which shows the dwelling skewed to alleviate overlooking of the garden associated with Conway and to accommodate the internal drainage board buffer, which is identified as the red line on the attached image. As the officer report highlights, these site constraints will steer the form of development and evidence that it would not be possible to bring forward a scheme which sits comfortably alongside the existing properties in the vicinity. An indicative front elevation also forms part of the submission as displayed now. The slides currently on display show the development immediately to the west of the proposed site, with the lower image looking across the drain. This slide focuses on Conway, the detached bungalow to the east of the site, with its garden located immediately to the south of the proposed development. It is acknowledged in the officer report that there is the potential for a dwelling to be designed which would not be detrimental to the residential amenities of both the householders at Conway and with regard to the amenities of the residents at number 16, even when factoring in the IDB easement. The application, in summary, seeks outline permission for the erection of a single dwelling on agricultural land adjacent to 16 Mill Road. The principle of the development in this location is not considered acceptable, although whilst Murrow is designated as a small village under policy LP3, normally infill development in such locations is acceptable. In addition, the development of this site is not in keeping with the character of development in this side of Mill Road, where there is a strong linear character and properties have a direct road frontage, facing frontage, factoring in the drain as justification for the 6 dwellings to the west. Furthermore, it's noted that there is insufficient information to enable the local planning authority to assess the potential impacts of the development upon protected species and habitats, and this is contrary to policy LP19 and the National Planning Policy Framework, particularly section 180. Furthermore, no information has been submitted with regard to the sequential test, which must also be applied for this proposed development located in flood zone 3. Therefore, it fails the sequential test in the absence of this evidence and is contrary to LP14 of the Fenland Local Plan and powers 162 to 167 of the MPPF. As per the summary currently on display, there are strong principal objections to the scheme proposal as it is not infill and is contended would adversely impact on the character of the area. The proposal is also deficient in policy terms as it fails to demonstrate compliance with the sequential test and fails to demonstrate that the scheme would not adversely impact upon protected species as required by both national and local policy. Accordingly, there can be no other recommendation but to refuse the scheme as presented in accordance with the officer recommendation on page 146 of the agenda. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you once again, Alison. We have two speakers on this application. Firstly, I'd like to invite Jacob Blachovic. I hope I pronounced that something like right. He's the objector to make his presentation to the committee. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, and Chair, thank you very much for accommodating the schedule and allowing me to speak early today. I would like to focus on just 3 points, not to repeat all the points mentioned by the officer. The first, about the location and introduction of the second layer of buildings away from the street. That, you know, for consistency, that was discussed before. If that starts, where does it end? There's plenty of space to create a second layer alongside the field. And in fact, the site, the pictures that we have seen, which are often called street view, they should here really be called a ditch view, because these are the views from the ditch, or in fact from Conway property. The only thing you could see from Mill Road is actually the hedge of Conway property and the bungalow itself. And that might as well be called Conway property view. And that brings me to the second point, which is about privacy concerns. And while I believe, and I'm positioned on the west of the proposed site, that my privacy concerns could be possibly mitigated by some careful design of the structure and upgrading the fence, I believe that the privacy concerns of Conway property cannot be mitigated in future. We now know that there is no possibility to erect a fence alongside the ditch. That's forbidden. And therefore, there will be no barrier between Conway property, which, by the way, lies slightly below the proposed site. So there's a perfect overlooking to Conway property and into the bedroom of my neighbor from a very short distance. And the shape of the proposed plot is such that it gets narrower as it goes east side. And that really forces only one orientation of the building, where we know that the windows will face south, will face Conway property. So I would say that this privacy concern at this very stage, not later in the process, cannot be mitigated. And the last point I would like to make is about access, which is through quite a long gravel driveway. There is a separate access that has been shown on the picture, but that's private, and it's not to be used by this property. The only other way to shorten the route to the main road would be through creating a new access, which cannot happen. Now, while it's important because there's around 80 meters of gravel road and a bit on the other side, to drag the bin for bin lorries to collect it, and the drive itself is soft and will not accommodate heavy vehicles. So the only way really for whoever will live in that place would be to drag that bin across more than 80 meters of gravel, which would not be suitable for disabled and for frail people. And while I note that an officer made the recommendation that would not deter some colleagues, some potential buyers, I would say that when we build a new school, we don't make it inaccessible for disabled people just on the just because some other pupils may not be deterred because they can access, or teachers. I think we need to, at the design stage, when we have the chance to impact on the physical structure, not to allow the physical structure and access to actually prevent some parts of society and disabled people to use it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Blazak. Members, questions, please, Mr. Blazak. No burning desire to ask you any questions, sir. So with that, thank you very much. So now, swiftly on, I'd like to invite Gareth Edwards. Of course, again, he's the agent to make his presence today to the committee. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. And thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this application for a single dwelling between Conway and 16 Mill Road, Mirror. Under LP3 of the local plan, Mirror is a small village, which in these villages development will be considered on its merits, but will be normally to a very limited nature and normally be limited to the scale of residential infilling or small business opportunities. We would argue that this plot of land is infilling development, and it is similar to the road frontages to the properties to the left, numbers 16 to 24 Mill Road, and we'll finish this part of the village off. It will utilise a section of land that is difficult to farm, as it's adjacent to the neighbouring dwellings and also comes into a corner of the field. The site is within flood zone 3 of the EA maps, which is the same as the adjacent recently developed dwellings on Mill Road and pretty much the whole of the village. Having checked route move this morning, there are no plots available at present within the village of Mirror, and has been the argument on many occasions at this committee that have come before you that it is no difference in developing in flood zone 3 in Wisbech to what it is in Mirror. As there are no plots available, we feel this satisfies the sequential test. And with regards to the exception test, we would be more than happy to accept any condition you require for the construction and renewable energy requirements to make the dwelling a better standard than the adjacent ones. In regards to the comments of the wildlife officer, unfortunately, these were only came online on the 16th of June, and it didn't give us time to carry out a required survey. I'm sure you know at the moment, we're at a period where the ecologists are concentrating on bat surveys, so to try and get an ecologist at short notice at this moment in time is impossible. Should you feel that you're in a position to support the proposal, we will get a phase 1 report done as soon as possible. We'd be happy to accept the condition on this, or alternatively accept the condition or accept a decision being held in abeyance until the report has been carried out. We would look to carry out any mitigation measures that would come forward from the report. We would note that the site is kept periodically tidy, so it does reduce any ecology on there. As has been said on many occasions by myself and at this committee, road frontage plots are massively valuable to housing supply in the district and are at a prime. Plots like these will be developed by self-builders and small developers that are being priced out of the larger sections of land. Small developers and builders employ local tradesmen and agents and buy locally from local merchants. In conclusion, we feel this is an infilling development and it is of no greater risk of flooding as any other in flood zone 3 and is technically safe. It will finish off this part of the village, and any design issues can be looked at the reserve matters stage to protect the overlooking from any neighbours. As I ask you to support this application with the conditions you deem appropriate. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Edwards. Now I'd like to invite members to put questions, clarifications to Mr. Edwards. Oh yeah, Councillor Davies, thank you.
I'm not sure whether Mr. Edwards could actually answer this, or whether it may have to be the planning staff, but the objector referred to the fact that the long driveway, the gravel driveway, is soft, and he's worried about traffic up and down that driveway. How are the construction traffic going to get in there then?
My understanding under the original 3 or 4 that's been approved off that roadway, that should be to a standard where there was a condition on the original approval. I think it says what that weight capacity should be, so that should be to that.
So that's to a standard that the objector doesn't need to worry about.
Shouldn't be.
Okay.
It is a gravel drive though.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Davies. Any more questions, Mr. Edwards, before we allow him to leave? No, thank you very much. Members, questions, clarifications to officers, if you have any. Thank you. No burning desires to ask the officers anything at all. Lovely, thank you. Oh, yes, Councillor Davies, thank you.
It's with regard to the ecological report. If we haven't got an ecological report and we actually approved this application today, and then the ecology report come in and was negative, that means that in principle, we would have approved this plot to be built on. And yet you can't build on it if you've got a negative ecology report. Is that right? So in principle, we would be saying that it could be built.
Well, who'd ever like to answer that, please? Thank you. That's a good question.
Through you, Chairman, we would always advise against granting planning permission where there is the need for an ecology survey. You've seen from the reports that the ecologist has indicated there may be the presence of otters or water voles, which are protected species. And without that work being undertaken, the risk is that you approve a development and then subsequently found out that there is that protected species present in some shape or form. The problem is that you've given planning consent for a development which you can't then undo. And I think that to go back slightly is the reason why we would always advise against the grant of planning consent without undertaking the ecology survey, is that you wouldn't be complying with your legislative requirements for protecting the protected species that there may be present on site. And equally, just to expand the discussion slightly, if I may, Chairman, that in relation to flood risk, it's been noted that no sequential test has been undertaken. It is a national policy requirement that a sequential test is submitted as part of the flood risk assessment. That hasn't been done, and therefore we would be in breach of the national policy requirement in the determination of an application positively. And what message would that send for future applicants? Because if I was an applicant and saw that a local authority was granting planning consent without getting the required ecology reports or sequential tests, I'd go, well, you've approved developments without requiring this information, so why should I ever submit it? And I think that would be a significant risk for the authority, Chairman. Thank you.
Councillor French first, then Councillor Murphy after.
Yeah, thank you. I think we see this time and time again, applications coming in without proper reports coming. Could we actually defer this application requesting the ecology report and the sequential test? Or would it be easier to refuse and let them resubmit with the proper reports coming?
Please do your best to answer that. Thank you.
Through you, Chairman, yes, deferment is an option that you do have before you, though remember that there is an additional reason for refusal about the principal development in terms of does it constitute infill development, yes or no.
Okay, does that shed any light more? A bit, thank you. Councillor Murphy, thank you.
I was looking at it from a different way totally at that. If they haven't put the ecology report in and it's been going on for some time, that's just hard luck. Why should we wait for an ecology report to come? They've had the time to put it in. Let's carry on and do whatever we think.
No, I know that, but I think probably Councillor Murphy's looking at you for some guidance there. I think we're not in debate. I think he's looking for you for some guidance.
I think he's given the guidance.
Well, just reiterate the guidance.
From a decision-making option, yes, you can either defer it or you can make a decision on the application on the basis that the applicant had the opportunity to submit the application, the information with the application, but for whatever reason hasn't done so, and you can determine the application as it is.
Yeah. Right, thank you.
It does. All right, very good. Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Nick, you perhaps explain to me, because I'm a bit confused, because I always thought that a planning application shouldn't be turned down where any issues you've got can be conditioned. So can you explain the difference between putting a condition on, shall we say, subject to IDB approval, or subject to this and subject to that? What is the difference between an ecology then? Why can't that be conditioned the same as many? I mean, we see 17 or 18 and sometimes more than that conditions on occasion. What is so special about the ecology that doesn't apply to everything else?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, if I may, through you. When you're applying a condition, you have to have an understanding as to the scope and the extent of the matter that you're applying the condition to. And in the context of ecology, we don't have a clue at this moment in time. So to give an extreme example, ecology wise, is, if, for example, this site had a pond and there was the chance that it was occupied by great crested newts, we could find that it was absolutely teeming with the things, and basically that had the effect of negating any development on this site whatsoever, and there wasn't an opportunity to translocate them completely off site or accommodate them into a corner of the site, for example. So had we approved a development saying, oh, we'll condition a future survey and a mitigation scheme, the problem is that if we found it knee deep in use and there wasn't a mitigation, then we couldn't have allowed the development to take place, but we have allowed a development to take place that was incapable of being implemented, and we'd end up having to pay compensation.
Councillor Sutton, just may I suggest that you just ask Nick for clarification what you don't understand, which is fine by me, because you generally come out with some sort of answer, and please carry on. Clarify it.
I don't quite understand why that condition. Let's take an IDB for an example. Put condition on that the site must comply with the IDB bylaws, and if it doesn't, then it doesn't have planning. So what is the difference between?
Yeah, through you, Chairman, a condition such as that, we know what the parameters are, i.e. the no built development has to be within 9 meters of the IDB drain, and to extend that discussion further in relation to a surface water condition, a flood risk assessment and surface water scheme strategy is normally submitted, so we know broadly what the surface water solution, pardon the pun, is going to be to enable the development to be drained. But obviously further work has to be done in terms of the micro drainage calculations and to design the exact size of the pipes and exactly where they're going to go and the exact design of the drainage lagoon and things like that. And that's why we do the further conditions. But we know when we're granting planning permission what the parameters are around that surface water drainage scheme are going to be. We're not going into it blind. So I hope that makes sense.
That's fine. Thank you, Nick.
I think Nick has really said with that scenario, you know what you're going to get with a drainage board. You know you've got 9 meters. You know you've got your flows. You don't know what you're finding with the ecology. I think that's perhaps, you might find a little a small tiger in there that no one ever knows, do they? So with that, I think you're happy with that, Councillor Sutton. What about you, Councillor Murphy? You're happy as well? Well, he's actually not very happy, really, but on this particular occasion.
Yeah, yes, no, I'm afraid I'm sort of, if somebody hasn't done something, well, that's their hard work to not do it.
Right, that's it.
And I think that's the only office.
Yeah, that's
You can't keep passing and stuff in the referral
officers.
all the while. I mean, Nick said you can do it, but I mean, I can't see that at all. If we'd have forgotten something, you wouldn't come back and say, what you come back with.
Well, yeah, Nick's done he's given a synopsis on where he needs to be. Councillor Miss Cannon, is this, Councillor Davis, is this a question for officers? Lovely, that'll do, lovely then.
I just wanted clarification. I mean, we're concentrating on the sequential test and the ecology, but if we refuse this application on just those 2 points, we would be accepting the principle of allowing it to be built in that location. So we have to be clear exactly whether it's all 3 or any permutation of the 3.
Yeah, good point, very good point. Councillor Miss Cannon, question for officers, hopefully.
Yeah, has the developer been given the option of withdrawing this application? Because once again, I've sat here many years and seen incomplete applications being brought forward. This is an incomplete application because it's missing vital information that this committee can deliberate over. Were the developers given the option to withdraw it?
Through you, Chairman, not to the best of my knowledge, no. Ultimately, we've got a planning application that's been submitted to us in the form that it's been submitted in. We've got a duty to determine that, whether that's withdrawn or not. To some extent, rests with the agent. They've known for the last week what the reasons for refusal are since the agenda pack became public. So they've had the opportunity before today to do that if they'd wanted to.
And of course, it's been probably sitting on our officer's desk, being liaising with agents, probably 6 or 9 months, probably more. So, you know, one would like to think that should have been done. So, right, Councillor French, any more for officers?
Yeah, it is a question. I have asked Councillor Law many times about this over the years. When we have incomplete applications, why do you not chuck them back? Give them the fees back, chuck them back, and tell them to actually complete the applications.
Well,
I know there's probably a legal reason, but
I think that's one for you, Nick. Thank you.
Well, through you, Chairman, we're under no obligation to give them their feedback once the application's been made valid. You know, our obligation is to determine the application.
But if the information is incomplete, how can you do that professionally? As I think Councillor Davis pointed out, if you just refuse it on 2, it's still the principles there, isn't it?
Yeah, but if the application is submitted and we subsequently find there's shortcomings with the application, then we can still determine the application. We don't have to return the application or give a refund.
But they're still entitled to a free go if we refuse this
Correct,
today,
yes.
and entitled to a free go. And hopefully there would be a common sense would be there that they'd actually submit the information that you require. I mean, this has gone on for years and years, and I think it's absolutely disgraceful that the planning department staff have to do the work that's incomplete by applicants. You know, it's something I have asked for years to get sorted out. Hopefully we can try and get something sorted.
Well, I think Councillor Laws is trying to do that very, very thing that it's necessary. I think we do go, the planning team do go over and above what they need to do. And I think you're absolutely right, Councillor French. I think something needs to put a stop to it. But, you know, old habits die hard, I suppose, when you rely on somebody else. You don't always want to do things yourself all the time, do you? So anyway, I'm digressing again as usual. So we're still in office questions to officers if anybody's got any. And then we'll move to debate. No, right, debate we are. Councillor Cornwall with his
Right, Chairman, yet again, we sit and wasted, I don't know how many times, how many minutes now on debating something that, or asking questions, and now we're going to debate on an application that isn't complete. I don't know about you other members, but I get fed up with this because if a application arrives here and it isn't complete, it is not our fault, it is not officers' fault. Right? So on that basis, I think it's about time that we draw a line on some of these. And regardless of actually what happened and all the rest of it, we actually make it quite clear that we will not even consider applications that are not complete. Because all we do is just sit and waste time. And I think it's about time that we began to put a foot down. You know, we're all volunteers, we sit here, you know, we give up hours, and this is the way that we have to work. But we don't have to work this way because we can determine something straight away and say we will not look at applications that are not complete. I think it's time we took that decision, frankly, Chairman.
Very pertinent point, Councillor Cornwall. Anybody else at all? Councillor Miss Scanlon, thank you. And then Councillor Davis, thank you.
Absolutely concur with what Councillor Cornwall said. It's been going on for too long, and I don't think this committee has got any idea what goes on behind the scenes, and you do as well as I do, what's gone on behind the scenes to get these. I think we're in no doubt this application should be refused point blank and let the agent go back and do their homework without the officers being burdened with the extra work that they are burdened with to try and correct it. So I think it should be refused straight away.
Okay. Councillor Davis, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with everything that's been said. My concern with these applications that come to us that are not complete is that there is always the danger that one little bit slips through and therefore becomes a definite. This application worries me in that respect. So I think if we're going to refuse this application, it needs to be in its entirety.
Okay. We're still in debate.
When the questions or the debate's finished, I've got something to come back on.
Yeah.
That was raised during questions to officers, I think.
That's absolutely fine. Councillor Topwood, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm not going to buck the way this is going. I mean, we're all sitting here, all frustrated about it. And the amount of man hours that the officers have had to put in on an incomplete application, bringing it to committee is ridiculous. It's about time these developers actually brought proper plans to us. And I agree with Councillor Davis that this needs completely rejecting today, and they'll have to submit a new application. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. Councillor Sutton, thank you.
I concur with a lot of what people have said, but other members have said, as just Councillor Topwood did, that it wants chucking out in its entirety and then come back with a new application. But if it's chucked out in its entirety, the next application will be chucked out as well, because the first reason for refusal is you know, where it is and what it is. So if we're going to chuck it out, if we think development is okay there, and personally can't see too much wrong with it, I remember the other 6 going through planning committee some years ago. I think Ken Allen was the agent at the time, and that was recommended for approval. So are we saying we think the development is okay there, but we need these things addressing, or are we saying we agree that development shouldn't be there? We need to make that distinction.
Councillor Cornwall and then Councillor Benny.
Chairman, I think that's a bit of a red herring, because the simple fact is we cannot determine, for example, this application because it is incomplete. We don't know what's going to happen if it's resubmitted. You know, I'm sorry, we can't determine something, well, if, maybe, and all the rest of it. We've got to take a decision. And if the decision that we can take is incomplete simply because the information is incomplete, that's not our concern. I'm sorry, but if the information is not there, we cannot determine it. And in this case, the information is missing. So therefore, we cannot even give an indication of, if it comes back, what's likely to happen or anything. It's a decision that we take now. We can't hear it. Full stop.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, please come back and then I'll have councillor Benny
I
now.
100% disagree with what councillor Cornwall just said, because I specifically said the indication we give if we refuse it as per the officer's recommendation, we are saying we don't think any development should be allowed there. So if there's no development being there's no good in encouraging a future application, because it's going to get turned down again. We need to make that distinction, don't we?
Okay, councillor Benny, then councillor Davies. Thank you.
I agree with councillor Sutton. We've had applications come before us before. They've had 3 or 4 reasons for refusal, but we only refuse it on one, which means the other reasons we've approved. So when the agent brings it back, he's only got to overcome that one. Now, if we turn this down on, or we accept that the flood risk is an acceptable risk to take, which we do in Wisbech, as we should do in the rest of the district, and we look at the ecology report, and if we turn around and say, oh, sorry, LP3, building in the open countryside, we say, yes, that's an acceptable part of this application, then the only part we turn it down on is the ecology report. And when it comes back in, there is only the ecology issue to get over, which actually saves officers time when it comes back in again. Because then we've approved the 2. There will only be one reason, because the principle of development has already been established on the land, and we have accepted that the flood risk is an acceptable risk to take, and therefore the officers only have one piece of work to do, which means that can be an approval, which then goes through without having come back to committee, which saves a lot of committee time. And we're going to have another application come back in anyway. We're here today. Why don't we debate and see the reasons how we turn it down? Because if we can, just as an example, if we refuse this because the ecology report is incomplete, then if the ecology report is submitted and is okay, then the other 2 questions have been answered. So therefore that can be passed. You know, we should be positive. We should be positive about these developments. An LP1 principle of support and the principle of development, which if we don't debate this, we are not.
Interesting point, councillor Benny. I think I quite like that one, but councillor Davies, I'm happy to listen to.
With respect to councillor Benny, we've just sat here saying how fed up we are with incomplete applications, and actually what you're proposing is to set a precedent that actually allows us to look at incomplete applications, deal with part of it and leave the other part, and I'm sorry, I can't agree with that.
What I'll do is I'll let you come back on it, then I'm going to ask Nick, then Nick will come back in, and then we'll carry on around the table until it's debated fully.
I shan't come back anymore, but that is the process as it works. Well, and until we change the process, if the process is that we look at it, it's 3 different reasons, and we accept that 2 of those are acceptable, that is the process in which that we look at this. It's here today before us to look at those 3 reasons for it to be refused. So therefore, that is the process, and we are not here to book the process. Can't make this up as we go along. So to me, we look at it today and we debate it, and it may well be kicked out. It may well be chucked out on all 3 grounds, but we've done our job. We have looked at what has come before us. We have looked at these 3 reasons. If we want to turn it down on 3, which personally I don't think this needs turning down on 3 reasons. It is incomplete, but that historically has been a problem for as long as I've been a councillor, and I don't think that'll change. Dee has tried very hard to get agents to put stuff incomplete, and it does make the job harder. But if that is the process that this runs through, that is the process it runs to. We're here to determine not to do the work.
I have to agree with you. I will come in now. I have to agree with you. We've had, I don't know, 4 or 5 applications in the last 18 months that we have just, we've accepted the principle of building, but one of the reasons hasn't been quite right. So we have asked the applicant agents to come back, and we did one in Chatteris some 9 or 10 months ago, didn't we? I think it was Mr. Salisbury's application, irrespective whether he's put in planning permission or not. That's what we did, whether he's resubmitted. But so that is a way out. We can do it. I mean, the debate, we've got several people in the debate yet. So we've got Councillor Cornwall.
Yeah, Chairman, can we just go back to the original statement that I made? And it was nothing about considering all the elements of an application apart from one. It never said that. What I said was that the only way that we're going to stop this happening from what is occurring and to get things on an even keel is to make it quite clear that we will not consider an application if any major element of it is missing. So in other words, we don't sit around the table as we are still doing and looking at an application and say, well, that's okay, that's okay, that's okay, but that bit's missing. And then saying, well, okay, it can come back and you're only looking at the bit that's missing. That's not what I said at all. What I said was the actual whole application, we agree that the only application that we should hear is a complete application. So when it comes back again, you actually consider all the elements, because many of these elements that we would consider are all interrelated. Right? It's just that one bit's missing. So we hit, I'm not on about hearing part of it, which is what we're doing, because all we do is just replicate what we're doing at the moment. That's what I'm trying to get to. So let's be quite clear. There's a difference between what some of you have been saying and what I actually started off the debate about.
Ms. Scanlon, you've been waiting.
Well, yeah, exactly. We're going around in circles.
Not wanting to sort of prolong the debate unnecessarily, I think that we're in danger of getting at cross purposes with each other here. So we're talking on the one hand about the validation process.
Yeah.
Then we're talking about live applications and how they're determined, etc. So we can forget about the validation of planning applications, because right here, right now, we're dealing with an application which is valid, and our job is to determine applications, even when there's information that's coming up short. We can't not determine them. We can't just put them in a pile and leave them to fester and to wait. I appreciate that it's frustrating for members when we bring them when there's those shortcomings, but that happens occasionally. So you're just going to have to bear with us on that. And apologies, Councillor Cornwall, when I move on to this next bit, it's not to upset you in any shape or form. So I think Councillor Sutton and Councillor Benny have got the hitting the nail on the head exactly right. What you have to do is look at the three reasons for refusal here, look at each one in turn. Do you agree or disagree with each of those three reasons for refusal? Yes or no? And if you disagree with them, then you identify the reasons why you disagree with them, and then through the voting process, putting a proposal forward in the voting process, those potentially can fall by the wayside. Okay, because what we don't want to do is to end up in a situation whereby this application is refused for all three reasons. Then we end up with a resubmission and potentially, following the ecology report coming forward, for example, showing an absolute clean bill of health and no ecology being found whatsoever, with the exact same proposal, and us being faced in a situation whereby we refused it on the grounds of it not being in compliance with policy LP3, and how do we do a U-turn out of thin air?
Yeah.
That position would be a bit awkward for us. So that's why we should follow the process as outlined by Councillor Benny and Sutton.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with Councillor Benny and Sutton. But Councillor Miss Cannon, you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Page 146, I believe it is. 146 states three reasons, and as Nick has just said, you look at each of those three. If you agree with all three as reasons for refusal, then that's what you go with. At the moment, none of those have been fulfilled, and therefore this leaves this application open to be unilaterally refused on all three counts. Now, if as he said, they come back in and say, right, section 2, that's been alleviated because it's been found there is nothing to deal with on that, then that comes forward at the next application that comes forward. But at the moment, there's 3 reasons for refusal, and I think they should be abided by as reasons for refusal and dealt with by this committee in such a way.
Councillor Cornwall first, thank you.
Right, thank you, Chairman. In that case, could you, all right, in view of what's been stated, could you perhaps manage the future agendas to make sure that any incomplete ones or those likely to be non-determined or determined as complete, whichever way it goes, are in fact put on the end of the agenda, so that we can deal with the important ones first, and then those dodgy ones, some of us can go home and have some tea.
I'll do my very best, Councillor Cornwall. That's so. After all this, guys, Councillor French.
Yeah, it goes back to, we've been discussing this for 50 minutes, one single application for 50 minutes, which is absolutely ridiculous. Going back to the first question, I did ask officers, was it possible to defer this application and seeking the missing information? Is that still a possibility that we could determine? As I say, we've just wasted 50 minutes talking around this table. We've wasted hours upon hours of officers' times, writing reports, etc., etc. The question stands, would it be better to refuse this application or defer for further information?
I think we should delay it. So through you, Chairman, you could defer it. As the agents indicated, you're at the mercy of when you can get an ecologist to do their work.
Oh.
How long is a piece of string? I don't know at the moment.
It's not our problem.
So all I'm trying to point out is it might be an awful long time before you get this report coming back to committee.
What?
The other thing to highlight to you, going back to an earlier question, I think it was, is that the only specification for the access drive on the previous approval in terms of construction was in relation to the access way over the drain. In terms of the gravel driveway on the other side of the drain that serves the individual houses, it simply specifies gravel, no sort of below gravel construction standard, just to pick up on that. But I would recommend making a decision on the application tonight.
Okay, I think probably that's taken on board. So we've got Councillor Scolding and Councillor Sutton. Thank you.
Could you put conditions on that? So if you said, I know, but like the roadway, put conditions on that.
I need to bring this to a halt. Please carry on. There's some Lucas aid if you're falling very flat of energy.
Can you give me a moment, Chairman? If you carry on, I'll confer.
Right, so with that, Councillor Scolding, you've got yours questions in abeyance. Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm just going to make a comment about the waste of time. I don't consider it being a waste of time. That's what we're here for. That's democracy. We all have a view. And if that takes 50 minutes or if it takes 2 hours on one application, that shouldn't be frowned upon. That should be applauded because we're taking the time to get to the bottom of issues that maybe we don't understand. So I don't agree with Councillor French that it's a waste of time. But I do think that we must make a decision on point one way or the other, because as Nick said, if we go with officer recommended adaptation today and then come back and the other two, how are we going to then say, well, the officers are going to say to us next time, hypothetically, what has changed? You refused it on item 1 last time, a few weeks ago. What's changed? And the answer to that is nothing. So we must make a decision collectively about that item 1.
Before we go on.
Yep, to answer Councillor Holding's question, no, I wouldn't recommend a condition because why is there a need to upgrade the standard of that access for one dwelling that wasn't needed for the previous dwellings?
So basically, they're going to say, you know, why should I do that? There's 4, not, why should I have all the cost for one dwelling when the 4 dwellings didn't have any cost at all, or basically not much cost, Rob? Okay, Councillor Benny, then Councillor French. We still need to bring this to a halt. That's for that bed and breakfast money.
I mean, I think we're here. This is our job. This is what we do. This is what we take £5,000 a year for as basic member salary to be here. It's our job. So we should look at this today. A bit more of your portfolio, would have. Yeah. But that's by the by, it soon goes. That's our job. We should determine this. And I think if as a collective, we look at this and we want to turn it down on all 3 issues, that will be done in a democratic process. If we look at it and through debate and proposals that fail or succeed, we end up with it only being refused on whatever grounds they may be, that is the process that this should go through to determine this. I think to throw this out carte blanche with just because we're not happy with the way that the applicants put this together, that is not a material planning consideration. Turn it down on that. Our job is to determine. That is all our job is. And this is here before us for us to determine. I think we should debate it. We should look at this and agree through proposals and the way they play out. We will come to a democratic answer as to which ones of these will be passed or refused. That is our job.
Yes, that's the way, that's my view of adding to this debate. I think you and Councillor Sutton are absolutely right. But I'm going to have Councillor French. She's going to have a last go. No doubt.
Is it a question for you? When we came back from break, you did state that you're going to take this agenda item number 13. Can I ask why you've skipped 9, 10, 11 and 12?
You can indeed. The objector wanted, he asked if that would, for member services, if he could be brought forward, because I think he got another appointment. And the agent was asked if that was acceptable, and he said it was. So with that, keeping everybody happy was utopia as far as I was concerned. But another, if had I have known in an hour with just where we are, probably I wouldn't have agreed to it. It could have, this all been sorted out in half an hour probably. But
Mr. Chairman.
For reason, Councillor French.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a good decision. That's what a chairman is all about. You know, taking that request, agreeing with it, no problem for me at all.
Thank you for that. I hope it satisfies Councillor French as well. We
I've got
wouldn't
no
want to see
problem.
a split in the camp, would be Councillor French?
I've got no problem. I just wanted a reason.
So we wouldn't want to see a splinter, would we? No.
Very quickly, Chairman, we've got 3 reasons for refusal. I appreciate that on reason 1, members may have an alternative view on whether or not it does constitute an infill site, but in relation to reasons 2 and 3, I think there's an important point of principle there in that we shouldn't be ignoring those reasons for refusal where we haven't had any information in front of us that says that the situation is satisfactory or not. And we would be going against important national policies. We've heard from the agent on flood risk to say he's had a quick look on Rightmove this morning and hasn't found any plots. And I just don't think that's quite satisfactory, if I'm honest.
One needs to be honest, Nick. One needs to be honest at all times. Right, so now we're looking for a proposer. And who's going to be brave enough to do that?
Mr. Chairman, we can't just come in. We've debated the process of which we're going to run this application, but we haven't actually debated the application as to whether we think what the members think of these 3 different reasons. We haven't debated that. Once we get a proposal on the table, that would refuse the whole application. I think we need to debate what members think and then vote on
yeah, okay. We'll take that on board then. Let's debate the application in its entirety then. Okay, let's have another half an hour.
Right. I'll try and keep this brief so we can get home sometime before supper time.
Thank you.
I mean, for me to look at this LP1 building in the open countryside, I do not see that as a problem. I think the principle of development is sound on this site. I think the ecology, we need an ecology report, which I would refuse it on the ecology report. And as for flood zone 3, as other members have said in this committee many times, you can build in Wisbeach in flood zone 3, whatever you build in Benwick, Murrow and Turves, you're always building in flood zone 3. So I see no reason why that would be a reason to turn it down. If there was a proposal on the table to refuse this on the ecology and then an ecology report came back in, I would be happy with that. But the principle of development, of whether it's in the open countryside, I don't consider that it is. And nor do I consider that the flood zone is an issue with this. I think that's an acceptable risk. Everything carries risk, and there is an acceptable risk to this. There will be mitigation measures for it to be built. So to me, if there was a proposal on the table to refuse this for grounds of ecology or the lack of report, I would be happy with that. But I would also be happy with the proposal of the principle of development on the site and also the flood risk. That's kicked you off.
That's good, Councillor Benny. So we're getting somewhere at that. Councillor Davis?
I broadly agree. I think the danger we have of rejecting it on the first point is that the inspectors seem to be making some wonderful decisions, and I think if it went to appeal on that, I'm not sure that we would actually win that. But I do think that the other two, I think both the ecology and I think the sequential test, you know, it isn't enough for an agent to sit here and say, oh, well, I looked at Rightmove and, you know. So I think really we ought to accept the application, but it's 2 and 3 that we have to come back on.
Yeah. Food for thought, Councillor French. Anybody else want to add to this debate, Councillor Miss Scanlon? Sorry? Okay, yep. Okay, so do you want to go first?
Yeah, I don't mind. I think all 3 are reasons for refusal. Yes, it is in the open countryside because it deviates from the line, the linear development that was agreed at the last when those other houses were built. It's going down behind Conway and it's out in the open countryside. It's just another add-on to what it's certainly not an infill, but it's just going out into the open countryside. How long before we get the one next to that goes round and then further round and you get a linear development round the back of the houses on the front? So in my opinion, all 3 refusal reasons stand.
Okay, but just remind you, we've got to look at what's in front of us. Anybody else debate? Anybody else want to add to debate? No, we've all felt that we've debated this adequately and more than adequately. Okay, right, so I'm looking for anything else to add to it before I look for a proposal. No.
Chairman, all I would say that if consideration is being given to dropping the flood risk reason for refusal, you've got to specifically address why the national requirement for a sequential test to be submitted by the applicant does not apply to this site. And I think that is quite a high bar that has to be passed. Why does the national requirement not apply in this instance?
Okay.
It's a process that does need to be gone through. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Cornwall.
Yeah, I think I agree with Councillor Scanlon here. I would rather that we refuse it on all 3 points so that the whole thing comes back in its entirety. And that way, any interrelating issues and so on between the elements can all be brought together. I think that's the fairest way of doing it, to be quite honest.
Well, you know, in the next 20 seconds,
well,
I'm going to be doing that very thing.
Opinion, aren't we, Chairman? So.
Right, so are we all done? Please, nobody else put their hands up. It'll make me exceedingly cross. So, right, so we're looking for a proposal now. Councillor Miss Scanlon.
go with the officer's recommendation on all three counts.
Right. Proposed by Councillor Miss Scanlon. Have we got a second of that? Councillor French, or, yep, that'll do. So just to reiterate now, to go with officer's recommendation to refuse the application on all three counts, proposed by Councillor Scanlon, second by Councillor French. Can we vote on that proposal, please? Seven. Four. Vote again, please, on the rep.
Those against, Chairman.
Those against, yeah. Those against. So that application, it looks to me, it's been refused on all three counts. Yep. Well, thank you very much for that. It's yep. 55. Here we go. 455. So now we'll move on to application number 9. It's David to do the presentation. So let's just hope it's not as long as the last one. Thanks.
I'll try my best, Chairman.
Well, it's not your fault, David, is it? Thank you.
Item 9 is a full planning application to erect a pair of semi-detached dwellings involving the demolition of the existing dwelling, 13 Chapel Lane in Chatteris. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and on the aerial photo. As you can see, it sits within an established residential area within Chatteris. Members may be able to make out on the particularly the site, the location plan, sorry, the existing dwelling on the site, and probably from these images as well, also evidence how narrow Chapel Lane itself is. On this image, I would just draw members' attention to the sort of alternating pattern of development, which is referred to in the report, sort of on either side of the road, which is kind of gap, house, gap, which results in dwellings broadly facing gaps rather than dwellings facing dwellings. The application proposes to demolish the existing dwelling and replace this with a pair of semi-detached dwellings, which is shown on screen. You can see it's located fairly centrally on the frontage of the site, and then parking is provided to either side of these. And what I would draw to members' attention is the right-hand plot here and its relationship with number 14 on the opposite side of Chapel Lane. So the elevations are shown on the screen. You can see it's a 2-storey dwelling, albeit with first floor windows at eaves level. Draw members' attention in particular to the rear elevation, which is the upper right image, which has no first floor windows included within that, given its relationship with the dwellings to the rear of the site on Pound Road. The floor plans are shown for members' information, and a street scene drawing has been provided as well, showing the dwellings relative to the neighbouring property. This is a street view image showing the view down Chapel Lane. So the existing dwelling is the cream building in the centre of the image. I think this image shows sort of how the gap sort of between the existing property and the neighbouring property would sort of be visually filled by the proposal. We've got a further street view image showing the existing dwelling, the former hedge to the frontage of the site, which has now been removed, and also the proximity of the site to number 14 Chapel Lane, which is the bungalow on the left-hand side of the image there. And then a further street view image showing how presently the dwelling sits almost opposite the car parking area for 14 Chapel Lane, sort of that gap that I sort of referenced earlier. This photo just shows the relationship to the rear with number 26 Pound Road, and just the rear corner of the existing dwelling kind of in the foreground of that image. And then number 24 Pound Road, which sits kind of behind the sort of cleared garden area. So it is considered that the development would have a substandard relationship with number 14 Chapel Lane, due to its physical proximity, resulting in overlooking, loss of outlook and general visual dominance of this property, as well as also having a poor level of amenity for future occupiers of the development itself as a result of that relationship. In addition, visually, the development is considered to fill a gap in the street scene, which provides a visual break between development and which would result in a visually dominant feature, creating a sort of almost a sense of enclosure. The recommendation is therefore to refuse planning permission as set out within the agenda. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you once again, David. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Ian Gowler, of course, he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks again, members, for the time to speak this afternoon. As been shown, the existing cottage again is similar to the one I presented earlier, where the existing cottage is in need of some fairly extensive repairs and modernisation. The cost to make those changes is obviously impacted by cost of materials and the VAT again, whereas a new build property or a pair of new builds as we're proposing obviously saves that. On the slide behind me, hopefully it's come up, yeah. The picture, which I think it was, is replicated what David showed earlier, the gap along Chapel Lane, which was previously a large hedge. If members visited site, that's obviously now gone to make clearance in the garden. We're proposing that the new dwelling will be set back from the edge of the road to create a slightly increased width, both for access and parking. The new pair of dwellings, although it looks quite wide on the elevations, is actually only 4 metres wider than the existing cottage that's already there. We're moving that cottage along to create the parking either side, but it does still maintain a gap, as on left of the slide, a house gap arrangement that's characterised along Chapel Lane. By moving the properties along, it does mean that the windows of the new properties won't overlook what is 22 Angwins Lane's garden, which is currently overlooked by the existing property. Note there's been no objections by anybody, including 22 Angwins Lane or number 14, which is opposite. Chatteris Town Council supported the application. This development would provide an additional modern, energy efficient, small starter home in the centre of Chatteris. So hopefully the councillors will look to approve this afternoon. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Gowler. Questions, clarifications to Mr. Gowler, obviously. Members? No, you've got away with that quite lightly. Thank you very much. Members, questions to officers? Nobody's got a burning desire for questions for officers. Thank you very much. So we're in debate time now. So anybody who'd like to kick off this debate, Councillor Benny's first hand up. Thank you, Councillor Benny, for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've been to this site several times to have a look at this. I went with Councillor French one day last week and we had a little drive down there. The chap at number 14 actually came out, didn't he, Councillor French, and we just said we were doing site visits. We wouldn't have spoken to him anyway, but he was quite pleasant and he didn't start ranting at us for what are you councillors doing, passing this directly opposite me. Nor when I looked on the portal, there are no letters of objection to this, none at all. I went there this morning, in fact I've been there twice this morning, and when I looked down there, there's 16 dwellings down there and all but 3 of them are new builds or replacements. And to say this changes the street scene, that means that 13 times the street scene has changed already down there. And this building is not in a good state of repair. It's cracking on the outside, and I took a spirit level with me when I went back. I stuck it on the front of the building, and you can see that the building is leaning. I'm not saying it couldn't be saved, but this is land usage. And at what cost? Because if it's not viable, then it will just stand there till it falls down. And we've got far too many properties in Fenland and in Chatteris in this part of the town that are falling down. So we've got a positive development in front of us. And I look at this and we've got no objections. And as I said, every other house down there has been a replacement or a new build of some sort down there. I can't tell you the full history of it. I don't know. But 13 out of 16 dwellings are fresh building. You can tell by the bricks. So the street scene has changed down there. We've got no objections from number 24, and we've got no objection Pound Road, and we've got no objections from 14 Chapel Lane. If the chap at 14 Chapel Lane had expressed a burning desire not to have it there, I would probably look at this in a different way. But to me, this building is in poor state of repair. It would be better to take it down before it falls down and put something fit for purpose on its place. So looking at that, I will be going against officer's recommendation on this one today.
Excuse me, I thought we were asking questions, officers.
We're in debate, aren't we?
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
sorry.
I do apologise, Mr. Benny.
That's okay. Yeah. I'm glad about that. I didn't want to say all that like.
Councillor Murphy, thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'll hark back and anyway into my situation with consistency. And a lot of you on here will know exactly what I'm talking about when I say about it. All down Chapel Lane, they're all houses on that side of the road. There's bungalows I know are opposite, but I was in the same sort of position as what that one is now. And going back to consistency, I think that it's the right to do that down there. But they're all at different angles down there. It's a narrow road, I know that, but they're all those houses down there. People have been there for a long time. They've done them up, like Councillor Benny was saying, and it's quite a happy little area there. And I do not think I cannot understand why you said there's a gap there. That wasn't originally the intention of Chapel Lane, to have a house and a gap and a house and a gap and match it the other side, because in those days they didn't do that sort of thing. They just put them down there and built them up. They haven't had so many things as what we have against us today. Also the town council as well, they support it, and I definitely do support it, and I think there's no reason at all why that should not go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. We'll bow to your superior knowledge of Chatteris. Councillor Miss Scanlon, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Again, consideration during the construction, I think, should be given to the neighbours, that the builders don't turn up at 6 o'clock in the morning, because it is a very small, narrow lane in close proximity to other residential properties. And I think some consideration, a condition could be put in, and I don't know whether other councillors agree with this, to mitigate any noise and interference with their daily life by having construction taking place. Thank you.
That seems absolutely fine to me. We're still in debate, ladies and gentlemen. Anybody else wants to add to it? Councillor French, thank you.
Yeah, I did visit the site with Councillor Benny. It is really a shame to see a house with so many cracks in it. I don't know if somebody's actually still living in it, but certainly it certainly wants something done, and the best thing that could happen to it is demolished and rebuilt.
Again, thank you. Councillor Topgood and Councillor Scolding, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm just looking through LP16. I mean, they've got D down as one of the reasons for turning it down, but I don't think it actually detracts from the local area. In fact, I think LP16, B, D, E, H, I and K all support this application. And I can read them out if you want to, but I think we've wasted enough time on other things. But I'll be supporting this application.
You've obviously done your homework, Councillor Topgood, and thank you for that. Councillor Scolding, did you indicate you want to speak?
Please. I think what it looks at the moment looks a mess. This design they've got there looks fantastic, and I think it improves the area. And if I lived down there, I'd be happy to see this.
Yeah, good point. Right, I think I am getting another steer of where we're going to go with this. So before anybody wants to add a burning desire to add to the debate before I bring in officers for clarifications? No, thank you for that. Now then, the floor is yours, kind sirs.
Yeah, if I may, Chairman, just through you, just a quick reminder really to the committee that the absence or submission of objections is not in itself a material planning consideration. The application needs to be looked at on its merits, and also to point out that there's not actually an objection from officers to the principle of demolishing the dwelling and replacing it. The issue is with the detailed relationship that comes about as a part of the proposal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, David. So I'm looking for a proposer. Councillor Benny.
Thank you. Thank you, David, for not being against the principle of demolition. And thank you very much for that one.
Right, condition for reasons, please, and then I'll take Councillor Scolding as if that's okay to second that, thanks.
Yeah, I'd like to propose that we go against officers' recommendation and approve this. Conditions to be determined by the officers. LP 16D makes a positive contribution. I feel this does make a positive contribution to the area. Lack of action will certainly bring a lack of benefit to the area. And E, it does not adversely affect the immunity of the neighbours, and I don't consider that it does. We're replacing a dwelling one for another, and I think in the overall scheme of things, this is a good application.
Councillor Scott, I put you seconded. Did you want to add to that, or are you happy with Councillor Benny's? Right, so we've got a proposal from Councillor Benny, seconded by Councillor Scolding, to go against officer recommendation to approve this. Can we have a vote on that proposal, please? That looks to me that is unanimous.
No, it's not.
It isn't, sorry. Oh, put your hands up again. Okay. Those against? One. Sorry, Will, for doing that. So with that condition, could we also include Councillor Miss Canlon's condition as well?
Construction.
Yeah, so and advise them to be good builders and good neighbourly people. So that application has been approved. Thank you for that. So we'll move quickly on. Before I go, does anybody want another break? Because we've had, or do you want to crack on? Crack on, everybody? Happy with that? Okay. So, okay, now I'll hand over to David Rowan to present application FYR 22/00840, agenda item number 10. So David, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This is an outline application for the erection of up to 26 dwellings with all matters reserved, land north of 96A to 100 Westfield Road, Mayney. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and the aerial photo. See, the site's a greenfield located at the edge of Mayney with the open countryside beyond. To the northwest boundary of the site is the Darcy Low drain. In-depth development, there is in-depth development to the east of the site, which you can just make out on the location plan. However, this sort of transitions as Westfield Road runs sort of west, so that to the immediate west of the site, there is effectively linear development as the village transitions into the countryside. As indicated previously, the application is in outline with all matters reserved for the erection of up to 26 dwellings. The plan submitted is therefore indicative only. Access is shown from Westfield Road through an existing development site, which is shown in grey. So it's at the bottom of the plan, which is for 9 dwellings. In the northwest corner of the site, an attenuation feature is shown. And it's worth just pointing out to members that the vast majority of the green area is actually not within the application site. It should also just be pointed out that trees at the frontage of the site are protected by TPO. In terms of the residential developments, sort of at the bottom end of the site, which is already granted permission, this was in 2007 and was on the site of a former sort of agricultural holding. The photos on the screen show views of the site looking from the northwest. The bottom right hand image sort of shows the drain. As you can see, the site is of an undeveloped open character, reflecting its relationship with the wider open countryside. And these last photos just show the access to the site from Westfield Road through the existing development. So in summary, the application is considered to be unacceptable as it conflicts with the prevailing pattern of development in this part of Mayney and would result in a significant incursion into the countryside at the edge of the settlement with a consequent detrimental impact on character. In addition, insufficient information has been submitted with regards to ecology to allow a fully informed assessment to be made regarding the impact of development upon this. Also, no information has been submitted in respect of affordable housing or infrastructure contributions, Section 106 contributions, as required by policy. Consequently, the application is considered to be contrary to policies at both national and local level, and consequently, the officer recommendation is to refuse as set out in the agenda. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, David. We have one speaker on this application. I would now like to invite Ian Gowler. Of course, he's the agent to make his presentation to the committee. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Gowler. Thank you.
Thank you again, members. It's the last time today. As can be seen on the presentation, it's only an outline application, but it would be proposed that it would be a mixture of smaller starter homes up to smaller, say 4-bedroom detached houses if it's approved. On the slide behind, it indicates that where this site is in relation to Mainey, and the red line is indicating the existing form of dwellings that are on, I think it's Glebe Close in Mainey. Policy LP12 allows for growth to a growth village such as Mainey, extending the existing developed footprint, or that is immediately adjacent to the developed footprint, which this is, albeit there are some gardens between this and Glebe Close. The open area up to the north, which is shown green, is planned to be open space and the attenuation pond, which will help to keep the open countryside character from that side. Mentioned in the report, a lack of a biodiversity survey. We've carried out the Fenland standard biodiversity checklist, which is required as part of the initial part of the application to be validated. No mention there's never been mentioned that a further survey is required, and the aerial photo behind will indicate that the actual site is being used for site equipment, materials and spoil from the development of 9 houses that is being carried out. Therefore, the area of land that we're looking to develop is a low ecological value because it's being used for storage and access. Not sure that protected species would be too keen on living in that area. No details of affordable housing has been proposed within this application because when we're only applying for outline up to 26 houses. We don't know how many, if that only turns out to be 24, the amount of social housing provision will obviously change. The applicant is happy for a Section 106 agreement to be for both affordable housing and off-site contributions. That we're not looking to submit a viability assessment to reduce any of that, but that can't be established until once we get to the reserve detail stage, because we don't know the number of dwellings that will impact that Section 106 agreement. The site is located in flood zone 1. As part of the application, we have submitted a fully detailed drainage strategy, which has been discussed with the middle level and detailed as their recommendations. We believe this development would help to meet the housing need within Mainey and creates a mixed development for small starter homes and larger family dwellings. We believe it also meets the current policy of LP12 extending a growth village, and we hope that it's supported this afternoon. Thank you.
Right, yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Gowler, for that. Councillor French is the first one to ask you a question, and then Councillor Miss Scanlon after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gowler. I am pleased that you actually mentioned about affordable homes, because there's nothing in this report with regard to housing. We've got a housing strategy. There's nothing there on education. There's nothing there on a whole host of requirements. I'll probably ask the officers this, but you did state that they would be prepared to enter in, because 26 homes would require, if it is 26, would require 7 affordables. It does say in the report 9.3 say the council's local plan and SIL viability. We don't have SIL, it's a Section 106. So maybe somebody can correct that wording. I'll leave it like that really at this time.
Councillor Scanlon, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Following on from what Councillor French has done at 9.33, 9.35 said clearly states that the applicant is unwilling to enter into a legal agreement to provide affordable housing or any other developer contributions. Would you like to answer that?
I've never been asked the question by the officer, I'm afraid, for both biodiversity and Section 106. We're more than happy to enter into that. And like I say, we're not looking to submit a viability assessment to try and reduce that. We're happy to go ahead with the full contributions of both, whether it be actual physical houses or a financial contribution for social housing and the off-site contributions.
Okay, I'll ask the question of the officers when it comes to that stage, because someone needs to answer that because it's quite clearly in the report.
Yeah, relevant points, Councillor Scanlon and Councillor French for that matter, need addressing by the officers. And of course, we'll have some chance to do so in a moment. Any more questions? Oh, Councillor Marks, thank you.
Knowing what the the proposed local plan is going forward, mainly is being built down to hopefully the Darcy Road, is there further development wanting to take place on there after these are developed, if given?
With my crystal ball, it's difficult to know. Basically, the back of the development that we've kind of indicated is where it starts getting towards flood zone 2 and then flood zone 3. So we've intentionally kept out of that area, obviously, because that creates problems potentially elsewhere, but also more comprehensive issues with the actual building. But it also gives us that space to provide the attenuation pond and also the public open space that's required. So I can't foresee that would be developed because of particularly the flood zone issues.
Councillor Cornwall.
Right, Mr. Gowan, I assume you heard the previous discussion about missing information and so on. And are you actually saying that the information that is missing at the moment is only missing because it's an outline application, so that there's no trouble in submitting and filling in those holes once you come back with the detail?
That's put you on the spot now, hasn't it, Mr. Gowler?
Thank you. I'm glad they went first because it gave me the opportunity to. So as part of the validation, I mean, that's perhaps one that will come back to Nick and David, but as part of validation, we're required to complete a biodiversity checklist for whether this is a major application, but a minor application has a similar checklist. And that's submitted with the application. Once if you include that with your application, it gets registered. And if it's deemed that a future or a more comprehensive report is required by the ecology officer of the council, that's normally requested, because there's a slight ambiguity of who provides that initial checklist. There's no requirement that that is done by a registered ecologist, for instance. As agents, maybe we are sometimes err on the side of we fill that checklist in and cross our fingers. But relating to this application, if it's still behind me, no, it's not, it's gone. But the aerial photo, which is a little bit out of date, but as they're starting to develop more of the 9 dwellings, they're starting to use more of that land behind for, they're using access through the gateway at the bottom to store materials and plant equipment at a yard next door, but they are using that as surplus spoil. So the chance of a protected species being there would be low because it's being disturbed all the time, and hence why the checklist that we've provided is the standard checklist. I feel is enough in this instance. So, but that's a difference of opinion, perhaps between myself as an agent and the officer's opinion. I don't think there was a big one for comment for officers, but the comment from the ecology officer requesting it. But physically, I've not had that request to provide the biodiversity from the officer. Sorry, it was a bit long-winded.
A truthful answer, let's hope. We're still, obviously, Mr. Gale is still happy to answer any questions from members, I think. No, everybody's looking blank. Thank you very much. So now members, questions for officers, and I can see there's got a couple, starting with Councillor French.
Yes, I'll ask a question I did ask to Mr. Gowler, to officers. The missing section 106 in section 106, in the report, it says that they're unwilling. Mr. Gowler said that he didn't know about that. So can we have some kind of clarification? Because 26 dwellings certainly deserves to contribute something to the community.
Correct.
Through you, Chairman. Yeah, clearly, as part of the application, no heads of terms have been submitted. And as part of the application form, there's a question within that, which says, please select the proposed housing categories that are relevant to your proposal. And then it gives market housing, social, affordable or intermediate rent, affordable home ownership, starter homes, self-build and custom build. And the only one of those that is ticked on the application form is market housing. So given the answer to that question, and then given the absence of any kind of heads of terms for a potential legal agreement, I don't think it's unreasonable that the conclusion has been drawn that there's no Section 106 agreement submitted.
Thank you for that. I certainly would not support 26 dwellings that do not contribute to the local communities.
Councillor Scanlon, thank you.
I think that partially answers the question that I asked in the first place when it says that they were unwilling to sign an agreement. So it partially comes to the same question as what Councillor French has answered. I certainly can't support something that doesn't give something back to the community. It only gives profit to the developer.
Okay. Councillor Cornwall, thank you. Oh, Councillor Marks, you had your thing. Sorry, that's my fault. Sorry.
Oh, you're in there.
I'm the little one. Just, can we put it as a condition regarding 106 money, as they've now said that they're prepared to enter in to save it being turned down? If it got turned down today, would it be possible to split a condition regarding 106 money and affordable homes?
I think that, I mean, the first point is that you really can't put a condition on about a Section 106 agreement. Either the application is granted subject to a Section 106 agreement or it isn't. I think the other point to raise is that this is something somewhat at the 11th, I'm going to say 11th hour, 55th minute, to be sort of suggesting that there's a Section 106 agreement on the table. Clearly, there's in the sort of several weeks in which the application has been in with us, nothing's been put forward. It's clearly a major application. It almost goes without saying that there's a requirement, therefore, for affordable housing and other potentially other infrastructure contributions. So it's kind of not exactly a secret that that's needed as part of the application. Nothing's been submitted to date. The application or the officer reports recommending refusal on that basis has been in the public domain for a week. Nothing's been submitted up until now. So in terms of whether that Section 106 agreement would tick all the boxes, whether it sort of, you know, addresses all the potential requirements, basically we don't know that. We've just had a very sort of superficial statement almost with respect to Mr. Gowler that yes, the applicant will be prepared to enter into a legal agreement.
Does that answer your questions? Councillor Sutton, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Reason for committee, number of representations contrary to officer recommendation. This should also read an objection from the parish council, shouldn't it?
Through you, Chairman, the parish council object to the application. So under the scheme of delegation, there'd be no reason for, given that the recommendation is to refuse the application, there'd be no reason for it to come on that basis.
Yeah. Sorry. Happy, Councillor Sutton? Yeah. Right. We're still in questions for officers. If you need any more questions, this is your time, folks. I can't see burning desire once again. So we're in debate now. We'll open the debate up. Who would like to kick that off? Thank you. Councillor French. Thank you.
Well, we had an hour's discussion on the Murray one. I think really it boils down to the same thing, incomplete application. Yes, it was enlightening to hear Mr. Gowell say that he would be prepared to enter into section 106, but would or does is a totally different matter. The application is, as Councillor Cornwall pointed out a few times this afternoon, the application is incomplete. And you know, it's not just 1 or 2 houses we're talking about 26. And without the section 106 contribution to the checklist that you know we're looking for as a council, there's no way I'm going to support this application in its present form.
Yeah, pertinent question, answers. Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Likewise, Chairman. You know, we had a fairly lengthy discussion about the Murray one, and the way I see it, this is the same. So, you know, failing any other members, I'd quite happily propose going with the officer recommendation.
Move the officer's recommendations.
Now we'll go to application agenda item 11, and again it's David to present this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a full application for the erection of 3 dwellings involving the formation of 3 accesses, land southeast of 106 White Road, Easttree. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. The site sits within a line of development abutting Easttree Hill Farm to the south. This is a long-established agricultural engineering business. Unfortunately, the images, while probably giving you an idea as to the location of the site, the actual sort of site has now been sort of substantially developed out. Members may recall that an application for the erection of 3 dwellings on this site was permitted at committee in January 2021, and essentially this application proposes a virtually identical application, other than omitting some of the measures included in the previous scheme to protect the development, in particular the southernmost plot 6, or the left-hand plot on the image, from any noise from the adjacent commercial premises. The current application proposes a 2-metre high close bordered fence to the shared boundary, rather than the 2.4-metre acoustic fence previously approved. Essentially, plots 4 and 5 are the same as approved. However, plot 6, which is on the screen, has seen the omission of a first floor balcony and screen wall from the single-storey rear element, which was previously included to baffle noise to the rear bedroom. This element is shown on the middle and middle right images, so you can see that essentially you've just got a flat roofed rear extension rather than a balcony and screen wall as originally secured. In addition, there is no indication that the other acoustic measures detailed previously, namely triple glazing and acoustic vents, are to be provided. To refresh members' memories, we've got some photographs on the screen. So this image shows Easttree Hill Farm with its commercial buildings in the foreground, and then the development site sits to the north of that. We've then got a further view of plots 5 and the left-hand plot 6 from the front, with East Tree Hill Farm to the left of these. The single-storey element to plot 6, which I've referred to previously, with the balcony and screen wall not provided. And then the boundary adjacent to East Tree Hill Farm with the 2 metre close bordered fence rather than the 2.4 metre acoustic fence. So to summarise, the principle of the development has previously been accepted, as has the broad form of the development in terms of design and appearance and siting. The matter essentially for consideration by members this afternoon is the removal of the noise mitigation measures previously secured in relation to plot 6. The application that's submitted purposely to not provide these, with the applicant's justification being that a recent permission at the commercial site did not require noise mitigation measures. However, as set out in the officer reports in front of members today, and indeed at the time of considering that application, it was not application on the adjacent site was considered to be the replacement of an existing building, was not considered to expand or increase the activity at the adjacent site, and therefore to mitigate the existing source of noise would have been unreasonable. It is an established part of planning policy that new development is required to mitigate itself against existing sources of noise. To allow the current application without the previously agreed mitigation would therefore be contrary to policy and could in future jeopardise the operation of the established neighbouring business. This is supported by the Council's environmental health team, who have stated that there is no satisfactory justification within the application setting out how satisfactory noise levels may be achieved. The recommendation is therefore to refuse planning permission as set out within the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you once again, David. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Gareth Edwards to make his presentation to the committee. Again, you have 5 minutes, so thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I've brought the developer in Lockhart from GL Developments. Should there be any questions as well that you may want to ask. As the report says, this application is for 3 dwellings and was recently approved at this committee, and the dwellings have been constructed on site. However, this proposal is to remove the acoustic measures proposed to plot 6 only, following other recent approvals in the area for additional dwellings and also replacement buildings on the adjacent site. It should be noted that the original outline approval on the site was for 6 dwellings. We developed it in 2 separate phases of 3, and in that outline application there was no acoustic measures required. As you are aware, there have been further 4 dwellings approved to the south of 182 Wape Road, which is the commercial property in question. Again, there was no acoustic provisions required for those. And the fact your officer stated on one of those applications that if there is no demonstration of noise impact, it would be an unreasonable condition to add, as we cannot show it is necessary. In the officer's report, it also went on to state it is possible that this impact could be mitigated. However, in the absence of any demonstration or evidence of the likely observation effect of noise resulting from the agricultural operations, it is not possible to determine that mitigation may be effective or how appropriate this may be, particularly given the rural character of the area. For example, a large acoustic fence may cause additional visual harm to the rural character of the area and may therefore not be appropriate from an aesthetic point. The agricultural enterprise at 182 Wape Road has recently had 2 approvals for 2 new workshops under plan reference F/YR20/0238/F and F/YR21/0872/F. On both these applications, the environmental health team know and accepted the submitted information and had no objection to the proposed development, as it is unlikely to have a detrimental effect on local air quality and noise climate. Again, both of these buildings did not require any acoustic mitigation measures. In fairness, as we are aware, there have been no reported noise complaints raised against the business at 182, and as they have not had to provide mitigation, we feel it unfair that we should have to. Surely, if there is an issue, there should have been an allowance for insulation in the walls and the roof of these new buildings that are proposed. As you will have seen on your site visit and on the photographs provided on the screen, the applicant has retained the existing hedging and installed a 2-metre high close bordered fence along the boundary with 182, which provides adequate screening as the adjacent buildings cannot be seen from the rear garden of plot 6 or indeed from the house in the ground floor. I would ask you to support the application without the need for the acoustic measures highlighted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards, for that. Mr. Lockhart is obviously sitting next door to Mr. Edwards, and he's indicated that members, he's happy to answer any questions. If Mr. Edwards can't answer them. So members, questions to Mr. Lockhart or Mr. Edwards? Councillor Davis, thank you.
I don't mind whether Mr. Edwards or Mr. Lockhart answer the question, but if you were going to build plot 6 without adhering to the conditions, why did you not come back to the committee before you built it?
It was one of the, sorry. Working with Gareth, it came back from the planning department that they wouldn't support our application, even though it got outline plan permission. They wouldn't support it unless we put the acoustic measures in, which was triple glazing, different fence, an acoustic fence, but also a balcony. And these are the things that we had to do, and we agreed to do them because we're the same as every other business. We need to get on. We had to get on, because if not, if we'd have waited another few months for these, we'd have sat there and done nothing. So we agreed to what the council planning department said, which was the acoustic measures, and also a balcony. I can't see how they don't contradict each other. It wasn't our idea to put a balcony on there. So we could have stood on a balcony on the back of the building, overlooking the business next door. Contradicts itself. We haven't built it because we don't want it.
Yeah, but notwithstanding that, what you're saying now is, oh, well, we agreed to the conditions, but we had no intention of actually abiding by them. That's what you're saying.
No, not really. We've other things that have come up since, as in the barns next door, and we've looked into the other applications to the south, the 2 bungalows to the other side. And as Gareth has said, you know, the things that the council have come up in their applications, no acoustic fence because it didn't need, wouldn't be aesthetically correct. There isn't, and they accepted it, and it's gone from the environmental health to the planning department to this committee, where you've all agreed that to pass it, that you pass the bungalows to the south with no noise mitigating measures, none whatsoever, even though it was a recommendation for refusal from the planning department and the environmental health. And what we're trying to do, all we don't want anything special. We just want to be the same as everybody else. We don't want any special measures for us. We just want it the same as the business next door, no noise mitigating measures, even though they're the ones that make the noise, and no mitigating measures for the bungalows on the other side, which has got the access and egress road going into their business. Now, because you've passed the 2 new workshops, the side of ours is the backs of those buildings, not the side where the doors are. They face the bungalows, not ours. So now we've got a 2.1 metre fence, at least a 3 metre high laurel hedge, and the back of the new buildings that you've approved. And we don't think that's fair that you're insisting on us, out of all the applications, to put in noise mitigating measures. That's the only thing we're asking for, to be consistent and fair to us, to say same as you have been to all the other people with all the other applications. That's all we're asking. If you'd have introduced it on all the others, we'd have done it. But we, after looking back on these other things, we don't think it's fair to have that on us and not anybody else.
Councillor Topwood.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So you say you don't want any special measures, but you agreed to those conditions when they were originally put on? Yes, or no?
Yes.
Okay, so those original conditions were put on and you agreed to them, then you've unilaterally decided not to comply with those conditions. What representations did you make to the council prior to you changing your ways?
This is down to Gareth, I'm afraid. Obviously, subsequent applications have come in for the bungalows to the other side and also another workshop.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about you making the decision to go against the conditions that were put on to you without consulting the officers here. The officers, you could have come back to the office and spoke to them, but you've obviously not done that.
We have by putting the new application in. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but then you go ahead and build it against the regulations, against the conditions we already put on there.
It wasn't finished by the time we put
But the photos clearly show you've put the fence in and you haven't done the balcony, which were conditions of
To be honest,
the build.
most of that fence was in before we even started building.
So you had no intention of building the acoustic fence in the first place?
We didn't know there was, no.
It was part of the conditions.
The fence was
It was
there.
part of the conditions, wasn't
The
it?
fence was there before we even had proof. So before the original
Okay,
application.
so you had no intention of complying with the conditions in the first place?
To a certain extent, the fence was erected as a precautionary measure because it's on a boundary. So the idea was obviously it stops any issues with that. If we're forced to put an acoustic fence, obviously that comes down and we put an acoustic fence up.
So we're in a situation where any development now can decide not to comply with instructions and conditions unilaterally, and then they apply retrospectively for the change.
No, because ultimately, if we have to go back to the original approval, we have to go back to the original approval. And the mitigation measures will have to be brought back in. The idea of this application is because of the additional stuff that's happened adjacent, is we felt now, bearing in mind 4 bungalows have been approved the other side of the business where the noise is coming from, potentially, without any mitigation measures, we just felt it was unfair that we should. If we have to go back and put these back in as part of that original approval, then that's what we will have to do.
If you thought it was unfair, then you could come back to the officers and discuss it with the officers about proceeding.
The only way we can do that is through a new application.
Yeah, but you could have spoken to them.
But
because it's part of the conditions.
We still can't
You know,
approve it yet unless we put an
we still
application.
have to put an application.
I know that, but we knew nothing about this until you decided unilaterally not to build to the conditions that you were given.
We still have the opportunity to build to those conditions.
You're not happy, Dave, and probably there's some, heartfelt sympathies with you. Councillor Marks, we better move on here.
Yeah, sure. Very quick. One, was the business there before you started to develop?
It was, yes.
It was. And what is the business?
Well, we're not sure because it's been described as a farm and it's been before this committee. And I think at least one of you have said it's not a farm, hasn't got any land. It's an engineering place that looks after spray equipment for the farming industry.
Right,
So it's
okay.
not a farm.
Thank you.
It's not.
I think I'll just come in there quickly. I think it's paramount. It is a spraying business, and I think the guy does some work in the workshop, and then he goes to farmers or wherever to do some work on site. I think that was how it was perceived at the last planning application. So yeah, that's just to clarify. But those questions, members, questions to officers, please. Thank you. No questions to officers at all? Councillor French?
Can we just pick up about what the both gentlemen were saying about inconsistencies on applications? Is that correct?
do your best, David.
In terms of the application side, I would say that there's been complete consistency in that there's always been a requirement with the detailed schemes for noise mitigation to be provided. Also, there's been a consistent approach in respect of the replacement buildings at the agricultural engineering business as well, that effectively that is the source of noise. And the assessment there is one of, is the development likely to expand activity, increase levels of noise? Now, as part of those applications, it was considered that that wasn't the case, and therefore there was no reasonable requirement for noise mitigation to be provided. In respect of the bungalows on the other side of the business, then I think the first permission there was granted by committee against officer recommendation, and I think it's possibly the case that noise was not maybe addressed as part of that, perhaps. I must admit I wasn't present to that meeting, so I can't recall what the exact issue was. And then there's also been subsequent permission for further 2 bungalows beyond that. However, I think the previous decision that the committee made in respect of these 3 dwellings post-dated that decision on the 2 bungalows. So essentially, the committee, the council has sort of accepted that there needs to be noise mitigation on plot 6.
Councillor Cornwall.
Yeah, thanks. So the mitigation measures that were approved were presumably intended to protect the people living in the house from any noise from the agricultural engineers. Is that in simple terms what this was about? But now the applicant wants to remove those conditions so that whoever is going to live there isn't protected against the noise from next door. Is that, in simple terms, is this right? Is this what we're talking about? Thank God for that. I'm getting it through my head now. Yeah, okay. So I can't get my head, why wouldn't somebody want to protect themselves from the noise from next door? I don't know, that's a question. But that was known before work started, because it was a condition. Yeah, but I'm still trying to get my head around it and hopefully help other people as well. So yeah, I want to know, is my interpretation correct? That's what my question is. So I am correct. So that measures that were designed to protect the people who are living in the house or will be living in the house or whatever from the noise next door, that's why they were there. They were there because without them, that could have affected the life of the people living there. Yeah, it was done. Right. Okay, thank you.
We've got the nod of affirmative there. So anybody else to officers, questions, clarifications to officers before I bring into debate? No. Oh, Councillor Benny, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Have we ever had a noise assessment to see what noise this engineering, farming, spraying business generates? Because as much as I look at it, this was a condition that was agreed to, and now we're trying to reduce our costs of building. Equally, there's no point in building something that you don't need. And if there isn't a need, because there isn't a noise, have we had any noise assessment reports done to prove that there is a noise? Because if there is no noise, then there is no need for mitigation against something that's not there. I think that would be a fair ask.
That's very good, David, you could answer that.
Through you, Chairman, as part of this application, you would expect that as part of an application to remove noise mitigation measures, there would be some assessment of noise to justify the removal of those noise mitigation measures. However, there is, as Environmental Health have said, no justification contained within this application to sort of convince them that by removing those noise mitigation measures, the people living in plot 6 would not be adversely affected. And it's the onus is on the applicant in this case to get that noise assessment commissioned and submitted with the application.
Okay, Councillor Marks.
Just on that, if a noise assessment is done and they're an agricultural business, different times of the year make different noise. Sprayers work 4 or 5 months of the year, not all year round. So the maintenance side of it will be the same. So when do you actually take that noise assessment?
Through you, Chairman, given that we've not got a noise assessment, that's a bit of a moot point.
Councillor Davis.
The fact that there was noise mitigation required as a condition for plot 6, is that because plot 6 is actually closer to a shed or a building where most of the work is carried out?
Through you, Chairman, yeah, plot 6 is the plot immediately adjacent to the commercial site, and therefore was considered to be the one most at risk of any noise impact.
So I suppose I'm going to ask you, David, what's changed?
I think that's the crux of it, is that we've got no evidence to demonstrate that anything has changed since January 2021, when the committee approved the application with those noise mitigation measures.
And it is right that we have a duty to protect the well-being of the people, whoever are going to live in number 6. Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Davis, please. Thank you.
This really concerns me because this is setting a precedent. If we don't refuse this, then anybody will just come along, agree to whatever conditions, and then go ahead and do exactly what they want. So I think in this case, we have to go with officer's recommendation.
Yeah, good point, Councillor Davis. Anybody else would like to add to the debate? No. Councillor Davis is the only one. No one else who want to come in? Councillor, no, you can't, Councillor Scanlon, can you? I see Eugene at the bit for it, but unfortunately, no. Right, so nobody's going to, last time, third and last time, nobody's going to enter into the debate. Okay, so I'm looking for a proposal now. Councillor Davis? Okay. Councillor Davis, that's it. So we've got a to go with councillor officer recommendation to refuse this application. It's proposed by councillor Davis. Have we got a second on it? Councillor Topgood. So just to reiterate, to go with officer's recommendation to refuse this application by councillor Davis, seconded by councillor Topgood. We'll take a vote on that proposal, please. So all those in favour of that?
That's 11, and Councillor Scanlon can't take part.
So that application has been refused. Thank you. Everybody still happy that we press on? Crack on.
Mr. Chairman, sorry to spoil the party, but I have a civic function to attend, and I will be leaving within a few minutes. So sorry, I can't continue.
Perhaps you can't take part in any discussion, obviously, if you're going to leave in a couple of minutes in the voting, so you might as well nip off now.
Thank you very much.
And have a nice time. Thank you. Okay, mindful of time, we'll move on to David.
Councillor Marks, if it's hand raised.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Marks. Yes, Councillor Marks, that's absolutely fine. So, yeah, just make yourselves comfortable. Thank you, Councillor Scanlon for substituting. Thank you once again. Right, now hand over to Alison to present application FYR 2202022930, agenda item number 12. So Alison, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This application is for the erection of a dwelling outline application with all matters reserved on land east of Ferry Farm, London Road, Chatteris. The applicant is Mrs. Fuller Gray and the agent is Chris Walford of Peter Humphrey. Officer recommendation is one of refusal and the application is before Planning Committee as it's been referred by the Head of Planning on the advice of the committee chairman. Members will have received a written update which notes that a further letter of support has been received which reiterates the right of support for the scheme on the basis of the personal circumstances of the applicant. However, there is no corresponding case made in the application which comes forward as a residential development proposal with no specific personal justification or case made. As noted in this update, this further correspondence has no consequence for the officer recommendation. The slide currently on display shows the application site edged red in both plan and aerial image format. Located at the junction of London Road and Stocking Drove. For the purposes of LP3, the site is considered an elsewhere location as it's outside the main settlement built form. This is an outline submission and is accompanied by an illustrative site plan detailing how the site could potentially be developed. This illustrative layout demonstrates, as acknowledged in the officer report, that there is scope to deliver a residential dwelling in this location without detriment to the locality or residential amenity subject to detailed design. However, this doesn't outweigh the policy LP3 considerations discussed in full within the officer report, which highlights that any future residents would be relying on private motor vehicles to access goods and services. The following slide shows key views of the site, with the current slide showing Ferry Farmhouse and the site access as seen from London Road. It is proposed that the existing access will be utilised to serve the proposed dwelling shared with the existing. The above slide shows the protected trees on the northern corner of the site. As indicated within the officer report, it has been demonstrated that the trees would not be affected by the development subject to appropriate safeguarding via a method statement. This final slide shows the proposed site from London Road. This application seeks to establish the principle of residential development adjacent to Ferry Farm. The site is located at the south of Chatteris, about 2 kilometres from the town centre and 1 kilometre from the edge of the built-up area. The proposed site falls within an elsewhere category because it's located in an area that's outside the built form of any settlement defined within local plan policy LP3. Here, residential development is restricted to that which is essential for rural enterprise. Even though there is a business on site, the proposed development is not to be associated with it. All consultees have supported the proposed development, albeit with conditions, advice or informative. However, the absence of objection from the statutory consultees isn't the determining factor, of course, in looking at other material considerations, the most fundamental being policy. Even though there have been dwellings which have been approved in recent years adjacent to and opposite the site, the dwelling in this location is not considered as appropriate, as it would contribute to the skewing of the settlement hierarchy, and the location is not considered as sustainable in relationship to accessibility to services. Proposal would clearly conflict with local plan policy LP3, which among other things seeks to direct development to sustainable locations that offer the best access to services and facilities. The officer recommendation is therefore to refuse as per page 132 of the agenda.
Yeah, thank you once again, Alison. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Tim Slater, also he's the agent, to make his presentation in committee. Again, you have 5 minutes, Mr. Slater. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I shall be brief. This is a matter that's been an issue that's been been before committee a number of times relatively recently, and I think is well rehearsed. We note from the report that there are no technical or amenity objections to the proposal, and single reason refusal relates to the officer's interpretation of strategic settlement policy LP3. Both the application submission and indeed the officer's report address this matter. Both also address the issue of precedent of recent developments permitted in the last few years in the vicinity of the site. There have been 7 plots approved in the vicinity of this site since 2013, and most importantly, 4 dwellings approved immediately adjacent to this site since 2019. It is these most recent approvals that are most relevant and have been approved pursuant to the current local plan and more recent additions to the MPPF. It is clear, having looked at the planning history in relation to development, that the current application site that it is committee that has taken a different view to officers in respect to the interpretation of LP3 and the definition of an elsewhere location in relation to this site. Following the committee considerations of all of the recent developments on the adjacent sites, the resultant decision notes that the committee, in their consideration of the scheme, concluded that the application site was not considered to be in an elsewhere location under the terms of LP3. And with committee taking this consistent position, it is clear that the members consider that the principle of development is in accordance with LP3. The recent planning decisions by this committee in 2019, 20 and 21 have all been made under the current local plan, having complete regard to the wording and meaning of LP3. It is therefore requested that the interest is in good planning and consistent decision making, that the committee takes the same approach to the current application and that planning permission is granted. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Slater. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Slater? Councillor Murphy, thank you.
Yes, could you just tell us, is this this residence, when it is put up, is being used by the family? Because all those down that side of the road in that location are all the same family.
I believe so, but I don't have definitive, I can't say definitively.
The only reason that I'm saying, because it's very, very close to the building that is already there. And what we said was that when the last one came to the end, as it goes along that road, we said that is the end of it and stop there. So are they, I wouldn't thought personally they were going to put it in the corner where it is now, right close to their own house, by letting somebody else use it in when they've got a business and their family all living around it. I was asking.
Oh, yeah, please do. We're not going to get the answer if you don't.
Well, Chair, I'm not entirely sure that was a question. I'm afraid I'm not really in a position to answer that. I don't know what their intention is to do.
Okay, that's we'll draw a line. Anyone else got any questions for? No.
Joanne Fuller lives in the original house. Her father lives in Goldtree Lodge, which was passed well before I came on the council. The next one along was a plot that was sold because George Brennan's bought that, and George is building a house. So that house, one of those plots has already been sold off to somebody outside the family, hasn't it? And then we've got the 3 opposite side of the road. That was nothing to do with it. They were passed. Yeah, okay, just
in debate. Any more questions for Mr. Slater anyway? Let's get him off the hook one way or another. Thanks. No. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. We'll try to answer those questions. Members, questions to officers? No, again, no burning desires. Right, we're going to open this up for debate. And who'd like to kick this debate off? Councillor Bennett, please. Thank you.
Chairman. I feel like I've been here for the third time with this one. We're looking at LP3. I've said this on both the other applications that I've sat on. The Chatteris sign is a mile further out of the town where it says Fenland begins and Chatteris begins. And there's been a little bit of talk this afternoon about being consistent. Well, we've consistently passed the other old bungalow before I became a planning member. We passed the second bungalow, which is the other side. And we also passed 3, which are directly opposite the other side of the road. Now, I don't think we can, as a committee, sit here and be consistent and say, well, we turn this down because we now don't think this is an elsewhere location, when twice before I've sat here and said, no, it's not an elsewhere location. It is within Chatteris because it's within the boundary. So I really feel that to be consistent, we can't go against this one today. It is only on LP3, and twice this committee has said, this is not LP3, this is part of Chatteris and has been passed. So in consistency, I will certainly have to say the same again. I think this is part of Chatteris, not an elsewhere location. But let's see what everyone else has to say.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Benny. Anybody else who'd like to add to this debate? Councillor Topgood, thank you.
Yeah, I've say I agree with Councillor Benny. I really don't have much of an issue with this. To say that you've got to use cars and stuff, well, we are a rural community, even on the outskirts of our towns. It's quite rural. People are going to have to rely on cars for the rest of their life. You're never ever going to get cycleways, buses to everybody's doorstep. So some people have got to do it. So I agree totally with Councillor Benny and I'll support it.
Yep, thanks for that, Councillor Cornwall.
Yeah, I think I agree as well, because over the years we've approved developments all along that part of London Road, to be quite honest. I've been in committee when we've done it. And frankly, yeah, for consistency, you know, it's not a massive building, I have to say. Like, looking at it, I'm surprised how small it was. But at the end of the day, if that's what they want, it seems to fit in that particular part of it. I said for some time that I don't think our existing local plan, in fact, really acknowledges these sort of settlements. So they are settlements in their own right to a certain extent. But maybe the new one will, I don't know. If you get a chance to read it, I will do. But, you know, we have to be consistent, I think, whatever we do. It's all right saying, well, each is on its own and we take it. At the end of the day, no, we have to be consistent. And I think be consistent here over the last 10 years at least. You know, I think then we should approve it, to be frank.
Councillor Murphy, please.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with everything, because I don't class that, to be honest with you, as an elsewhere location, because it's the person's front garden. And I class elsewhere locations in the countryside, and that's definitely not in the countryside. That's close to everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree. I agree with it. Totally agree with that.
Councillor Benny, would you like to come back?
Yeah. Councillor Murphy, I suppose you don't want to go litter picking down there every morning. That's a bit far out of town for you, is it?
My age is too far.
We can get him an electric bike. Okay, so with that, we're still in debate. Anyone who want to add to that? Councillor Sutton, you're nodding. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it needs to be acknowledged that officers have been consistent in their assessment of this place being an elsewhere location. And to be perfectly honest, I agree with them. But, and a big but, is that this committee, although it wasn't supported by me, this committee has gone against officer recommendation in that area on 3, if not more occasions, and backed ourselves into a corner where I don't think we've got any choice but to pass it. I'll keep my powder dry on anything else, Chairman.
Wise words, Councillor Sutton, wise words indeed. Right, still in debate. And if nobody's got anything to add to it, I'm going to move on for officers to sum up what they want to say. Right. Nothing, David Allison. Okay, I'm looking for a proposal. And I've got one from Councillor Murphy. He's quick on the draw and seconded by Councillor Benny. And the proposal is to go against officer recommendation to approve this application. Just to reiterate, proposed by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Benny. Can we go on that proposal? Could we have a vote, please? Oh, well, conditions, yeah, or reasons. Let's have reasons first. Pete, please.
I just don't think it's an elsewhere ideal place to it's close to vicinity of everything they need to do there. I just think it's got everything going for it. And I get everything that's recommendations.
Okay, that's fine. Councillor Benny, would you like to add anything on it? Then we can. Pete said it all. That's fine. So
Councillor Murphy's done an excellent job today.
He has indeed. He has indeed. Very proud of him. And with conditions dedicated to officers, you're happy with that? No, I know you're looking down your glasses there. Okay, so with that, we will go to the vote now with that application. That seems to me that's yes. So application has been approved. Thank you. Oh, it'd be unfair to leave him. Members, are we still okay? Anybody want to take a quick break, or are we all happy to press on? Press on, okay. Well, we've done 13, which took us over an hour to do. So I'll now hand over to David Rowan to present application FYR 220427F, agenda item number 14. So David, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a full planning application to erect an annex incorporating a triple garage and pool house at Lavender Cottage, Cedar Bank, Muro. The location plan and aerial photo are on the screen. Application site shown in red. You can see the site sits within the wider open countryside outside the settlement. There's a dwelling on the site which is currently occupied in association with the recently granted builder's yard to the north, and the site is within flood zone 3. Slide on screen now just shows the existing layout on site with the dwelling and outbuildings sitting to the kind of eastern frontage. The application seeks permission to erect this 2-storey building with room in the roof to provide garaging, swimming pool and an element of living accommodation at ground floor level, and then more living accommodation at first floor. The photos on screen show the existing frontage to Lavender Cottage and the kind of outbuilding to the side, which incorporates both domestic and commercial aspects. Next photo is a view into the sort of the rear of the dwelling, and then a further view of this area showing where the proposed development would be located. And then just a further view of the rear of the existing dwelling, just to give members an idea as to the orientation of the site and the scale of the existing property. This is a more detailed photo within the application site showing the existing disused swimming pool on site and essentially the location of the proposed development. The application is made as an annex to the dwelling with garaging and a swimming pool. Given the scale of the building relative to the existing dwelling and the level and nature of residential accommodation, it is considered that this is more akin to a new dwelling and therefore contrary to the locational policies of the settlement hierarchy of the local plan in terms of principle. A case has been made within the application that the accommodation is required for the applicant's father, who would work in the adjacent business. However, no real detail has been given regarding this role, and the fact that a functional argument is being put forward seems to further support the notion that the accommodation is separate. The level of development proposed in terms of scale of building is also considered to represent overdevelopment of the site to the detriment of its character and appearance. In addition, given the location of the site in flood zone 3, the development being considered to fail the sequential test if considered as a separate dwelling. The recommendation is therefore to refuse planning permission. Chair.
Thank you very much for that, David, once again. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to Tim Slater to make his presentation to the committee. Again, you have 5 minutes, Mr. Slater. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. With the new local plan emerging, having been to Cabinet in May, the content of and wording of planning policies is a significant issue for the Council. Members will be aware there are essentially two types of policy: strategic, what can go where, and impact, what will the impact of the development be. The strategic objections to the above application are from officers and are based on a reinterpretation of the application submission to suppose it is a separate dwelling. This is not the case. The application is made explicitly for annex accommodation and a garage and pool room incidental to the existing dwelling on site. Officers have reinterpreted the application as one for a new dwelling, and in doing so have applied strategic policies in terms of location and flood risks, which are not appropriate for the development applied for. With the application description of development as submitted, LP3 is not relevant to the annex accommodation, as by definition it must be related to the existing residential unit, as an annex cannot lie on land outside the host dwelling curtilage. And as such, it's considered that reason for refusal 1 falls away. Also, for domestic annex accommodation, a flood risk sequential is not necessary, as it by definition forms part of an existing residential unit. It is therefore also considered that reason for refusal 3 falls away. It is contended that the key reason for refusal must therefore be one of impact rather than principle, as set out in reason for refusal 2. For clarity, the pool is already in situ, and the proposal simply proposed to put a building around it. This form of development would normally be built as permitted development under Class E, as it's less than 4 metres in height. Indeed, the garaging itself, if it were a part of a single-storey building, would also be permitted development under Class E. The officer's report at para 9.5 confirms that the external appearance of the building is considered acceptable in its own right, which seems to contradict the policies quoted in relation to design within reason for refusal 2, as both LP16D and the MPPF references are appearance-based policies. Indeed, the site lies within a well-screened area with surrounding agricultural and residential properties, and commercial properties, such that the proposal will have very little visual impact outside of the immediate site. It is noted that Fenland District Council does not have an adopted policy or indeed supplementary planning guidance in relation to the definition of and scale of annex accommodation. As such, it falls as a matter of judgment in relation to the scale of the property and the relationship to the existing host property. The main house is currently occupied by Mr. Turner and his family, who along with Mr. Turner Senior operate Turner Contracting Limited, a successful local business which operates from the yard to the rear. Mr. Turner Senior's personal circumstances have changed recently, and he needs to find accommodation in the locality to enable him to be close by his family, to continue working the business and to facilitate the transfer of the business to his son. There is therefore an economic basis for the application to enable the continued smooth operation and transfer of the business, as well as a social one to enable Mr. Turner Senior to remain close to his family. Members will note that the definition of sustainable development in the MPPF incorporates both a social and an economic strand. Mr. Turner Senior would continue to work part-time in the business and needs to be on site to assist in day-to-day operation, with his input reducing over the next few years. The annex would enable him to do so, whilst enabling the family occupation of the main house to remain. Finally, it is common practice for matters of annex accommodation to be controlled through condition, and it is requested that in this case, or it's noted that we would be prepared to accept a condition. It's noted that there are no technical objections to the proposal, and the Parish Council recommends approval. Members are therefore requested to consider the application in the terms of its submission and as annex accommodation and incidental garage stroke pool room, as it considered that the proposals causes no material harm to policy or impact.
Right, thank you very much for that. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Slater, please. Councillor Sutton, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, Mr. Slater, you say the swimming pool is already there, but that's not much bigger than a fish pond from what we saw on site. There's obviously a plan to extend the size of that up, because it gives a roof lantern of 5 metres by 2 metres. And a swimming pool, obviously, probably nearly 10 metres by 20 metres or something like that. I just wanted to confirm that, you know, the swimming pool as is not as will be.
That's correct.
Thank you.
There is a swimming pool there rather than the swimming pool there.
Councillor Sutton, or would you like to come back on that, or are you happy? Okay. Councillor Davies, thank you.
Is there a reason that the father needs accommodation that's larger than the whole of the family that's living in the current building?
The actual area of the building that is accommodation is obviously a relatively small proportion of it. He needs a two bed for his own needs, plus travelling guests or having a guest. So the actual accommodation part is essentially just the first floor over the garage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions at all? No, I can't see any. Thank you very much. Members, questions, clarifications to officers? Well, the floor is yours, guys. No? Nothing for any officers? Okay. Well, thanks very much for that then. Also, we'll move into debate then. Who's want to kick this off? Don't all put your hands up at once, will you? Councillor Sutton. At last, thank you, Councillor.
Too long, Councillor Connor.
Thought we were going to have coffee or something else.
Going on from what Councillor Mrs. Davis asked the Mr. Slater. Yeah, I haven't never seen an annex that needs 3 car garage and a swimming pool. So it's obviously going to be used by, you know, the current household. I don't know. I've got mixed feelings on it, really. Certainly haven't made my mind up one way or the other yet. I'm not sure whether it's the right thing or not. That's me for Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Benny.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. When I'm looking after my parents, as most of you know, especially my dad, and you need space for people. You need space to look after people. There's a lot of stuff you need to store. You end up putting hospital beds in a building, and you need a lot more space than you do for a king size bed, because you need room to work around it with wheelchairs, mobility aids. And this is something I'm doing at the minute, so I know you do. And also to say that if things deteriorate more, sometimes it is better. It can be cheaper. It can certainly be better care if you have a carer come and live within the property. So I see the sense of having 2 bedrooms there, very much for if you need a carer to come and live within to look after, which is something that does happen. A swimming pool. A friend of mine, they had a swimming pool built because when their mother was ill, she could swim and she had arthritis really bad, and that helped with the therapy for her arthritis. Yeah, the family used to use the swimming pool just the same, but it was there for medical needs. No VAT to pay on it because it was there for medical use. Now, we haven't got any reports sitting in front of us telling us that's what we need, or that is the need for this. But for what I've heard today, there is, I can see where there is a sense for 2 bedrooms. I can see where there is a sense for space in a building because you need that to work around. And if a swimming pool is used as part of therapy, which it hasn't been proven, and I'll quite accept that, but these things do lend to somebody who is old and wants to keep mobile, and they can be a benefit to the family.
Councillor Davis, thank you.
I hear all that Councillor Benny said, and if this application had come before us with a request to be built because there was, you know, family that needed this accommodation, but we're talking, they say the father is going to carry on working, he's going to carry on working part-time. That doesn't suggest that he needs all these facilities.
Yeah, Councillor Topgood, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. Just going through the details here, it does say that it's implied that the ground floor of the annex will be used jointly between current dwellers in the house and himself, which actually, as on the planning committee and in the planning regulations, we're actually meant to enforce the family unit and the well-being and health of the family, and to look after aging relatives instead of burdening care homes and stuff like that. I mean, they've got to be applauded for actually trying to do this. Yes, he may be able to get around now. Loads of people who are immobile work 2 or 3 days a week anyway. It doesn't imply that they're perfectly okay. I think this is perfectly okay myself.
Yep, thanks for your views, Councillor Cornwall.
Yes, as one who's fast approaching his dotage, can I just say that you know, certainly in relation to my own house and so on, I'm already taking precautions and converting bathrooms to walk-ins and wet rooms and so on. And I think you get to a stage where families do also take that same view, where you begin to try and plan ahead. The way things are at the moment anyway, I mean, you know, you have to look after yourself for as long as you can anyway. And in those instances, you're going to need, I think actually, as time goes on, I think we're going to see an increase in this sort of application coming through, to be perfectly honest. And it's something that we have to be aware of. It really honestly is, folks. I'm sorry, you young ones don't know where you are yet, you know, it's coming, you know. So I can understand some of this. I can also understand the reason why there's 2 rooms, right? 2 bedrooms. I can understand the reason for the leak, and so on and so on. I can understand some of the cases that I don't actually think the case has been justified properly. But having said that, I can actually see where the ideas and so on are coming from. And we've got to be prepared, folks, to understand this sort of approach to plans in future. We really have.
Okay, so Charlie Marks, please.
This takes me back to Sharmon Drive about 6 months ago, where we all sat here and we actually turned one down, and the lady actually died 2.5 weeks later, when it was going to come back to planning the next month. So, you know, I think we need to bear that in mind. You know, older people, unfortunately, do need the help and assistance, and you're not putting it on the social welfare going forward.
Yeah, very prevalent comments. I can remember that well. Councillor Benny.
Yeah, another thing from personal experience here, that yes, the gentleman might be able to work at the moment, he might be part-time, but health can deteriorate very, very quickly. And to put this in place before the health deteriorates, so it is there ready, to me, it was a very forward-thinking step. You know, from my own family, health can deteriorate in a matter of months to the point where you go from being mobile to totally immobile. So, sorry. Yeah. So, you know, to say there isn't a need now, it's not the documented need, and I fully appreciate the fact it's not a documented need, but if that is what we are being told, you know, to to be down on that because of what as things may be, it can deteriorate very quickly and change very quickly as well.
We're still in debate, guys. Anybody got any more to add to it before we move on to officers? No, I can't see anything. So would you, the floor's yours for a sum up? No, sorry. If it's a pertinent point, I will allow that, as it's you.
Well, basically, I just want to know if this case had been, application had been presented to you as requiring this type of accommodation because of ill health of a parent, would you have taken the same view of the application? Or
we're still in questions for officers anyway, so we're quite in order to answer that.
Yeah, I think to answer the question in a slightly different way, when you're dealing with an annex, the starting point has to be, is the proposal of a scale which is relevant to the context. So if the proposal is to house one person, is it of a relevant scale to accommodating one person, or is it tantamount to building a brand new house that's 3 or 4 bedrooms that's completely detached and at the other end of the plot and essentially fully self-contained, with its tantamount to its own garden? And if that was the case, you put a big question mark there, go, well, actually, is that really an annex as opposed to an infill plot, for example? So I think that's our starting point with this one. We've got that question mark over, is this of an excessive size in relation to what the need is? And I think the complication is you've got jumbled in with the sort of annex proposal. You've got other elements which are associated with providing facilities which are shared between the annex and what I'll call the host dwelling, such as the swimming pool and no doubt the garaging, etc. I think in this context, notwithstanding some of the comments that members have made, I would park the health question because nothing has been presented before us, and the health, and you don't necessarily need a health evidence base to justify the need for an annex. It always boils back to whether or not the scale of the proposed development is sort of relevant to it qualifying as a true and honest annex.
So you just got that in time. It's a question for officers. Councillor Murphy? Well, just get your observation and ask the officers then.
I'll ask the officers as an observation. Shall I put it like this? I think it's totally out of context for where it is. I think we're also having the wool pulled over our eyes because it's nothing to do with health or anything that's come up at all. This isn't. It's just an annex, a big annex for the family, and that's my opinion.
Yeah. Okay. So more questions. Any questions more for officers? Councillor Cornwall.
So if somebody puts in an application for an annex, do officers then go back and ask those applicants for some kind of justification? Because so far it appears you haven't. You would expect something, you said, but you didn't actually say that you would actually ask for more information. And if you didn't ask for more information, how does the applicant know what information they've got to submit? So it's a little bit chicken and egg here, isn't it? Because, for example, as far as this particular application goes, was whoever was submitting the application aware that you wanted more information, more health-related information or whatever? I don't know. I mean, I'm just asking the question. I might be in this position myself.
Through you, Chairman, I've known the agent, Mr. Slater, on and off for some probably 15 years, both as a colleague and as a sparring partner, as a planning officer versus an agent. And he is well aware of what needs to be submitted with a planning application, and he has duly submitted with his application a statement to the effect that this is needed, as he stated in his presentation today, as the gentleman has found himself in a change of circumstances and needs to move closer to his family, and is approaching semi-retirement and is handing over the reins of the business to his family.
So although you're saying that an agent should be aware of that, what about Joe Public?
We're going round in circles here. Anybody got any more relevant questions for officers before I look for a proposer on this? No one? Thank you. So I'm looking for a proposer on this said application. Have I got one? Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, I think on balance, I think we should go with officer's recommendation.
Okay. Right, so we have a recommendation to go with officer recommendation to refuse the application. It's proposed by Councillor Sutton. Have we got a seconder? Councillor Murphy? Okay. So with that, could we go to a vote on those principles? Thank you. So all those who agree with that proposer, seconder, please raise their hands. Okay. Those against? That proposal has been defeated, so I'm looking for another proposer, please. Councillor Benny, thank you. Reasons, please.
Can you use your microphone, please?
Sorry, Chair.
Start again, because it's your sum up. Thank you.
In that case, I would propose we go against officer's recommendation and approve this. Officers to make conditions, reasonable and fair ones. Reason being, LP3 is that this is an annex and it's not another dwelling. It is needed for the family, and the fact that this will be benefit to the family and the proposal will be benefit to the family overrides the reasons for refusal.
And consistency from decisions we've made before.
Yes.
Councillor French, you're going to second this, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm happy to second it.
Thanks. So we've got a counter proposer to go against officer recommendation to support this application proposed by Councillor Benny, seconded by Councillor French. Could we go to the vote on that proposal? Concludes the plan. Sorry?
Agenda item 15.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. I know what you're saying. So we've got some items which the chairman has deemed, and item 3 deemed urgent. So now it's confidential, so we'd like to turn the Zoom meet of the YouTube meeting off and ask anybody to leave who's not an officer who was on the planning committee, please. So would we refrain from making any comments until we're off air?